What's going on, everyone? It's Ben 10 What If here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Ben 10 awakened ultimate Omnitrix and fell for Mirko? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, Dimensional Disruption. The acrid stench of ozone and chemicals filled Ben Tennyson's nostrils as he dodged another barrage of mutated insects, their wings buzzing with unnatural intensity. Dr. Onimo, perched atop his latest creation, a grotesque fusion of frog and eagle, cackled with the unhinged delight that had become his trademark. Your pitiful Omnitrix is no match for my evolutionary accelerator, Ben Tennyson. Onimo shouted, his voice echoing through the abandoned research facility. Soon I'll control an army of hyper-evolved creatures that will make even your alien forms obsolete. Dude, we've done this dance like 50 times, Ben replied, twisting the dial on the Omnitrix with practiced ease. The familiar green holographic display projected alien silhouettes as he cycled through his options. And spoiler alert, it always ends with you behind bars and me grabbing a smoothie. At 22, Ben had long outgrown the cocky teenager phase of his hero career. 5 years of college, continued alien threats, and occasional intergalactic diplomacy had matured him into a more thoughtful hero, though his signature wit remained intact. The Omnitrix, having recalibrated several times over the years, now fit his wrist like a sleek emerald watch, its white and black accents gleaming under the facility's harsh lights. Ben slammed his palm down on the device. Emerald light engulfed him, restructuring his DNA in a flash of energy. Swampfire, he called out as the transformation completed, his body now composed of fibrous, plant-like matter. Methane flames erupted from his palms as he charged toward Onimo's mounting swarm of mutated insects. Let's turn up the heat on this little bug convention. He launched a concentrated blast of fire at the swarm, scattering them. Several caught flame and crashed to the floor, their enlarged exoskeletons cracking against concrete. You're just delaying the inevitable. Onimo shouted, directing his mount to leap across the laboratory. The doctor's hand clutched a device that looked like a cross between a satellite dish and a ray gun, his latest evolutionary accelerator. My research has reached new heights. I've discovered energy signatures that cross dimensional barriers. Something about the mad scientist's words triggered Ben's internal alarm. In his years as a hero, he'd learned to recognize when villains moved from typical schemes to genuinely dangerous territory. Dimensional energy wasn't something to mess around with, even for someone as unhinged as Onimo. That's enough show and tell, Ben called, stretching his plant-like limbs to grab at the device. Whatever you've cooked up this time, it's getting confiscated. Onimo jerked the device away, his expression shifting from manic glee to desperate determination. No. You don't understand what I've discovered. The energy between realities, it's the key to the next stage of evolution. Ben launched seed pods from his palms that exploded into entangling vines, wrapping around several of the mutated insects. The only thing you're discovering is a new cell at Plumber headquarters. Swampfire's heat-based abilities were keeping the insect swarm at bay, but Onimo's frog-eagle hybrid proved more resilient, its powerful legs allowing it to bound across the laboratory, knocking over equipment. Vials of colorful chemicals shattered, their contents mixing on the floor and releasing noxious fumes. Time to wrap this up, Ben muttered, charging forward. He needed to end this quickly before Onimo's recklessness caused even more damage. The scientist's eyes widened as Ben closed in. With shaking hands, Onimo aimed his device directly at the Omnitrix wielder. Stay back. This technology is beyond your comprehension. Yeah. Less talking, more surrendering, Ben replied, reaching for the evolutionary accelerator. In that crucial moment, Onimo's thumb slammed down on the central button. The device hummed to life, its dish-like component rotating rapidly as energy built within it. A pulse of iridescent light erupted from its center, striking the Omnitrix symbol on Ben's chest. Pain unlike anything Ben had experienced before coursed through him. The Omnitrix's emerald glow intensified, sparking erratically. He could feel it reacting to the energy, absorbing it, changing in ways he couldn't comprehend. "What did you do?" Ben gasped, watching as the Omnitrix symbol flickered between green and a strange blue-violet hue. Onimo's eyes widened with a mixture of fear and scientific fascination. "Incredible. The Omnitrix is resonating with the dimensional energy. It's creating some sort of harmonic feedback loop." The air around them began to distort, reality itself seeming to bend and warp. Equipment floated upward as gravity fluctuated. A swirling vortex of energy expanded outward from the Omnitrix, engulfing both Ben and Onimo. "This isn't what I intended." Onimo shouted over the deafening roar of energy. The accelerator was supposed to evolve creatures, not tear holes between. His words cut off as the vortex intensified. Ben felt himself being pulled apart at a molecular level, the sensation neither painful nor pleasant, simply impossible to comprehend with human senses. The Omnitrix continued to spark and pulse, its circuitry overloading with dimensional energy. "Azimuth is going to kill me," was Ben's last coherent thought before consciousness slipped away, his body and the Omnitrix being pulled through the fabric of reality itself. The first sensation that returned was pain, a dull, throbbing ache that pulsed from his wrist throughout his entire body. Ben groaned, his eyes fluttering open to a sky that seemed wrong somehow. The blue was a shade too vibrant, the clouds too defined. Everything felt hyperreal, as though someone had adjusted the contrast and sharpness of the world. "What the hell," he muttered, pushing himself to a sitting position. He'd reverted to human form during whatever had happened. The Omnitrix on his wrist appeared intact but different. The familiar green glow had been replaced with a blue-violet luminescence, and the device seemed to have reconfigured itself. The central faceplate was larger, the band more substantial. Strange, unfamiliar symbols pulsed across its surface. Ben tapped it experimentally, but it didn't respond to his touch. Great. Another recalibration. Just what I needed. He took stock of his surroundings. He was sitting in the middle of a small crater in what appeared to be a city park. Trees and benches had been pushed back by the force of his arrival, creating a rough circle of disturbed earth around him. In the distance, he could see a skyline unlike any he recognized, futuristic, but in a style different from Earth's architecture or any alien world he'd visited. "Okay," he said to himself. "Step 1, figure out where I am. Step 2, get the Omnitrix working again. Step 3, find Onimo and his stupid dimension zapper." He staggered to his feet, wincing at the soreness in his muscles. His jeans and jacket were singed and torn in places, but otherwise intact. As he brushed dirt from his clothes, he became aware of voices, lots of voices, coming from beyond a line of trees at the park's edge. Following the sound, Ben emerged onto a busy street and froze in shock. The city was unmistakably human in design, but everything from the vehicles to the clothing styles seemed altered. Not drastically futuristic, but definitely not like the world he knew. Digital billboards displayed advertisements featuring people with impossible characteristics, a woman with skin that glowed like embers, a man with 4 arms promoting a brand of sports drink. "Definitely not Kansas anymore," Ben muttered, earning a few curious glances from passers-by. Most people hurried past without a second look, but he noticed something extraordinary: many of them had visible mutations or enhancements. A businessman with scales instead of skin. A child floating several inches above the ground beside her normal-looking parents. A street vendor whose extra-long arms operated 3 food stalls simultaneously. Some kind of parallel Earth? Ben wondered aloud, trying to make sense of his situation. The dimensional energy from Onimo's device must have interfered with the Omnitrix, sending him somewhere else. Not alien, these were clearly humans, but a reality where human evolution had taken a radically different turn. A digital news ticker on the side of a building caught his eye. The text scrolled in Japanese characters, but with English subtitles beneath. "Top Hero All Might announces retirement, Hero Society faces uncertain future, heroes." Ben raised an eyebrow. At least that sounds familiar. The Omnitrix suddenly sparked, drawing startled looks from nearby pedestrians. The device emitted a series of beeps as text scrolled across its faceplate, recalibration in progress. Scanning dimensional parameters. Adapting functionality. Now you wake up, Ben muttered, tapping the device. Any chance you could tell me where we are? As if responding to his query, the Omnitrix projected a small holographic display. The text was in Galvan, Asmatha's native language, which Ben had learned enough of to decipher basic information. It read something like, parallel dimension detected, followed by, Omnitrix evolution sequence initiated. Evolution sequence. That's new, Ben remarked as the device continued to beep and reconfigure itself. The central core rotated, components shifting beneath the translucent faceplate. The standard green color gradually returned, though now interspersed with flashes of the mysterious blue-violet energy. A final chime sounded, and the display changed to Ultimate Omnitrix activated. The device now looked more substantial than before, the band thicker, the faceplate more elaborate with additional control surfaces. Its core glowed with a deeper, more intense green than ever before. Ultimate Omnitrix. Asmath never mentioned anything like this, Ben said, examining the device with a mixture of curiosity and concern. In his experience, unexpected Omnitrix upgrades usually came with unexpected complications. His contemplation was interrupted by screams from further down the street. People were running in his direction, panic evident on their faces. Ben's hero instincts kicked in immediately. Whatever this world was, whatever these people were, trouble sounded the same everywhere. He sprinted against the flow of the crowd, heading toward the source of the disturbance. Rounding a corner, he found the cause, a creature that looked like nothing he'd ever encountered before. It stood over 8 feet tall with bulging muscles covered in hardened black skin. Its face was concealed behind what appeared to be a beaked mask, and multiple arms extended from its torso, each ending in wicked claws. What the hell is that thing? Ben muttered, watching as it smashed through the front of a store, sending glass and debris flying. Villain, someone shouted in heavily accented English. It's a Nomu. Whatever a Nomu was, it was clearly dangerous. People were in danger, and Ben didn't need to understand this world to know his responsibility. He activated the Omnitrix, the familiar holographic selection ring appearing above the device, except now, each alien silhouette had what appeared to be an evolved variant hovering above it. Let's see if you work the same here, Ben said, selecting a form and slamming his palm onto the faceplate. The transformation was more intense than usual, energy coursing through him with heightened potency as his DNA reconfigured. When the green light faded, he stood taller, his body composed of crystalline material that caught the sunlight in prismatic bursts. Diamond Head, he called out, then paused, examining his form. It was Diamond Head, but enhanced. The crystals were more defined, some areas glowing with internal energy that he'd never manifested before. The Omnitrix symbol on his chest was more elaborate, surrounded by additional crystalline structures. Or, maybe Ultimate Diamond Head. Let's find out what you can do, he said, advancing toward the rampaging creature. The Nomu sensed his approach, turning to face him with an inhuman growl. Its eyes showed no intelligence, only primal rage and purpose. Hey ugly. Whatever you are, how about picking on someone who can actually fight back? Ben called, forming his arm into a crystalline blade. The creature responded with a roar, abandoning its attack on the store to charge directly at Ben. Its speed was shocking for something so large, closing the distance in an instant. One massive fist slammed into Ben's crystalline chest, the impact so powerful it sent him skidding backwards several yards, leaving grooves in the asphalt. Okay, you hit harder than you look, Ben grunted, surprised by the creature's strength. Diamond Head could usually withstand tremendous force, but this punch had actually caused hairline fractures across his chest. Already, though, he could feel the enhanced regenerative abilities of this evolved form repairing the damage. The creature attacked again, but this time Ben was ready. He raised his hands, and with an instinctive understanding of his new capabilities, generated a wall of crystals that erupted from the ground, catching the Nomu mid-charge. The wall didn't stop it, the creature smashed through, but it slowed it enough for Ben to counterattack. He discovered that this enhanced diamond head could generate and control crystals with far greater precision and volume than before. Pillars of crystal erupted around the Nomu, encasing its limbs and torso in a crystalline prison that grew faster than the creature could break free. "That should hold you until," Ben began, but was interrupted by the sound of someone, landing heavily on the street behind him. "Who the hell are you supposed to be?" demanded a female voice, confident and aggressive. Ben turned to find himself facing a woman unlike any he'd seen before. She stood about 5.5 feet tall with an athletic build, but what caught his attention were her most distinctive features: long white hair with tufted rabbit-like ears rising from the top of her head, powerful legs that looked more lapine than human, and striking red eyes that assessed him with wary professionalism. She wore what was clearly a hero costume, a white leotard with purple accents that highlighted her muscular physique, designed for both combat effectiveness and mobility. Her stance was that of a seasoned fighter, balanced and ready to move in any direction. "You some new hero? Never seen a quirk like that before," she continued, eyes darting between Ben and the crystallized Nomu. "And I know all the pros in this district." Ben began, but was cut off when the Nomu's prison suddenly shattered. The creature had expanded its muscles to an impossible degree, breaking free from the crystal encasement with a roar of rage. "Talk later," the rabbit woman said, instantly shifting from interrogation to combat mode. "That's a mid-level Nomu, and they don't go down easy." She launched herself into action with breathtaking speed, her powerful legs carrying her in a blur of movement. The woman struck the Nomu with a devastating kick that would have shattered concrete, sending the creature staggering backward. She followed with a rapid sequence of blows, each hitting with precision and shocking force considering her size relative to the monster. Ben watched for only a second before joining the fray. Whatever differences existed between their worlds, heroes worked together. He generated crystal shards in the air and launched them like missiles, targeting the creature's joints and the edges of its mask. "Not bad, Crystal Boy," the woman called, flipping over the Nomu's wild swing. "But aim for the exposed flesh under the mask, that's their weak point." Ben nodded, adapting his strategy. Working in tandem with the rabbit hero, he maneuvered to the creature's flank while she kept its attention with frontal assaults. The coordination came naturally, her speed and striking power complemented his defensive capabilities and ranged attacks. When the Nomu lunged for the woman, Ben created a crystal ramp beneath her feet that she instantly utilized, running up its length to gain height before delivering a powerful diving kick to the creature's head. The impact dislodged part of its mask, exposing brain-like tissue beneath. "There," she shouted. "Hit it now." Ben didn't hesitate. He formed his arm into a crystalline spike and drove it toward the exposed area, not to kill, but to incapacitate. The crystal penetrated just enough to disrupt whatever functioned as the creature's central nervous system. The Nomu froze mid-motion, then collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. "Nice teamwork," Ben said, reverting his arm to normal as the creature lay motionless. "I'm Ben, by the way. Ben Tennyson." The rabbit woman landed beside him in a crouch, then straightened with a look of professional assessment. "Mirko. Pro-hero Mirko." She gestured toward his crystalline form. "That's some quirk you've got. Transformation and crystal generation. Pretty versatile." "It's not exactly a quirk," Ben began, then realized he had no idea how to explain the Omnitrix to someone from this world. Before he could attempt an explanation, the sound of sirens filled the air. Police vehicles and what appeared to be specialized containment units converged on their location. Civilians who had been watching from a safe distance began recording with their phones, and Ben could hear excited chatter about the new hero working with Mirko. "Look, Crystal Boy," Mirko said, placing her hands on her hips. "I don't know who you are or where you came from, but you fought well. Still, there are rules here. Heroes need licenses, and if you don't have one, we've got a problem. The Omnitrix symbol on Ben's chest began to flash, the timing indicator that had become familiar over years of hero work. I might have more than one problem, he muttered. This form's about to time out. Time out? Mirko's rabbit ears twitched in confusion. What are you talking about? Before Ben could respond, the familiar beeping accelerated, and green light enveloped him as the transformation reversed. When it faded, he stood there in his human form, torn jeans, singed jacket, and a reconfigured Omnitrix prominently visible on his wrist. Mirko's eyes widened in genuine surprise, the first time her professional demeanor had cracked. What the? She stared at the device on his wrist. That's not a quirk. What kind of support item is that? Ben sighed, already seeing the complications multiplying. It's called the Omnitrix. And I think I have a lot of explaining to do. Mirko's expression hardened again, ears standing straight up in alert mode. You think? The police are going to have questions. Lots of them. She glanced at the approaching authorities, then back to Ben. But they don't know what I just saw. In a move that surprised him, she grabbed his arm and pulled him toward a narrow alleyway. I've got questions too, and I want answers before they start their bureaucratic circus. You didn't seem surprised by that Nomu, which means either you're from the League of Villains testing new tech, or... She eyed him with calculation. Or you're something else entirely. Definitely something else, Ben confirmed, allowing himself to be guided away from the gathering crowd. I'm not from around here. Like, really not from around here. No kidding, Mirko replied dryly, her powerful legs carrying them in rapid bounds down the alley and up to a rooftop where they couldn't be immediately followed. Start talking, Tennyson. What's that device, how did you transform, and where exactly are you from? Ben looked out over the unfamiliar city skyline, the Omnitrix on his wrist still recalibrating with occasional flashes of blue-violet energy. He took a deep breath, realizing just how complicated his situation had become. Would you believe another dimension? Because that's where this story starts. Mirko's apartment was not what Ben had expected from a professional hero. Located in a secure building with excellent sight lines and multiple exit routes, it spoke more to tactical considerations than personal comfort. The space was minimalist but functional, exercise equipment dominated one corner, a small but well-equipped kitchen occupied another, and the furnishings were sparse but high quality. Large windows offered panoramic views of the city, currently tinted to reduce visibility from outside. Sit, she instructed, gesturing to a couch while she remained standing, arms crossed. Her posture remained alert, ready for action if necessary. Now explain everything. From the beginning. For the next hour, Ben did just that, starting with finding the original Omnitrix at age 10, explaining its alien origins, his role as a hero, and finally the incident with Dr. Onimo that had apparently catapulted him into this parallel dimension where humans had evolved differently. Throughout his explanation, Mirko's expression shifted from skepticism to consideration and finally to a grudging acceptance. She interrupted occasionally with pointed questions, particularly about the Omnitrix's capabilities and limitations. So in your world, humans don't have these quirks, she asked, her rabbit ears twitching with interest. No. Most humans are just regular humans. There are aliens, lots of different species, but Earth is mostly normal people, Ben explained. The Omnitrix is alien technology, created by a genius named Azimuth. It contains DNA samples from thousands of different alien species and lets me transform into any of them. Mirko paced as she processed this information. And now it's been upgraded to some ultimate version because of the dimensional transfer. Ben nodded, examining the device. Looks like it. The Omnitrix has recalibrated before, but never like this. From what I can tell, it's not just accessing alien DNA anymore, it's somehow evolving those forms into enhanced versions. Convenient timing, Mirko noted with professional suspicion. Azimuth always built in adaptive functions, Ben replied. The Omnitrix is designed to protect its wearer and respond to threats. Crossing dimensions probably triggered emergency protocols I didn't even know existed. Mirko stopped pacing and fixed him with an intense stare. Let's say I believe you, and I'm not saying I do entirely. What's your plan now? Find a way home? The question hit Ben harder than he expected. In the chaos of arrival and the confrontation with the Nomu, he hadn't fully processed his situation. Yeah, I guess that should be the priority. But I have no idea how to even start. The dimensional technology was Onimo's, not mine. And in the meantime? Mirko pressed. You've got a device that lets you transform into powerful beings. In this world, that makes you either a potential hero or a potential threat. There's no middle ground, especially not now. What do you mean, especially not now? Ben asked. Mirko gestured toward the window, where the city skyline was visible. You picked a hell of a time to drop in, Tennyson. Our symbol of peace, All Might, just retired. Villain activity is spiking. The hero system is under scrutiny. Public faith is shaky. She fixed him with a serious look. Someone with your powers appearing out of nowhere. The authorities will either want to recruit you or contain you. Ben considered this. In my world, I work with an organization called the Plumbers. They handle alien threats and police interdimensional incidents. Is there something similar here? The Hero Public Safety Commission oversees all hero activities, Mirko explained. They license heroes, monitor quirk use, and coordinate with law enforcement. Using your powers without a license is illegal, even if you're trying to help. That's different, Ben admitted. In his world, while there were regulations, his status as wielder of the Omnitrix had earned him special considerations. So I need a license to be a hero here? Mirko's lips curved in a slight smile. Normally, yes. Years of school, training, exams. But. She tilted her head, considering him with those sharp red eyes. There are provisional licenses for exceptional circumstances. Emergency authorizations. And you think I might qualify? I'm ranked number 5 among Japan's pro heroes, she said, not as a boast but as a simple statement of fact. If I vouch for you and explain your unique situation to select officials, we might arrange something. But it would mean you working under my supervision. Ben raised an eyebrow. You do that? Why? You just met me. Mirko's ears twitched, and for a moment, her professional demeanor slipped to reveal something more genuine. I saw how you fought. You didn't hesitate to protect people you don't even know, in a world you don't understand. That counts for something. The vulnerability vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Besides, letting someone with your abilities wander around unsupervised would be irresponsible. This way, I can keep an eye on you. Before Ben could respond, the Omnitrix suddenly beeped, its faceplate illuminating with rapidly scrolling symbols. A small holographic display projected above it, showing what appeared to be a map of the city with a pulsing red dot several kilometers away. What is that? Mirko asked, instantly alert. I'm not sure, Ben replied, studying the display. The Omnitrix must be detecting something. Something familiar. His eyes widened as understanding dawned. It might be tracking dimensional energy similar to what brought me here. You think it's found a way for you to get home? Mirko asked, her tone unreadable. Or it could be Onimo, Ben said grimly. If his device created the dimensional rift, and he came through too. He looked up at Mirko. If it is him, he could be dangerous to your world. His specialty is creating mutated animals and controlling them. Wonderful. Just what we need, another mad scientist. Mirko moved to a closet and retrieved what appeared to be a compact communication device. I'll alert the authorities that we're investigating a potential threat. If this Onimo person is as dangerous as you say, we shouldn't waste time. She strapped the device to her wrist, then gave Ben an evaluating look. This could be a good field test for our arrangement. You follow my lead, I assess your capabilities in this world, and we handle whatever we find together. Deal? Ben stood, the Omnitrix continuing to display the coordinates of the energy signature. Deal. He extended his hand, which Mirko regarded with momentary surprise before giving it a firm shake. Don't make me regret this, Tennyson, she said, but there was the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Let's see what those aliens of yours can really do. The warehouse district sprawled along the harbor, a maze of massive buildings, shipping containers, and loading equipment. The afternoon sun cast long shadows between the structures as Ben and Mirko approached the coordinates indicated by the Omnitrix. They had traveled via rooftop most of the way, Mirko's powerful legs allowing her to leap incredible distances, while Ben had transformed into a pterodactyl-like alien he called Astrodactyl to keep pace. Now back in human form, Ben checked the Omnitrix display again. We're close. Whatever the Omnitrix is tracking, it's inside that building. He pointed to a weathered warehouse with faded numbering on its exterior. Mirko's ears swiveled, detecting sounds beyond human hearing range. There's activity inside. Multiple individuals, mechanical noises. Her nose twitched. And something, chemical. Like a laboratory. Definitely sounds like Onimo's style, Ben muttered. He always sets up makeshift labs to continue his experiments. What's our approach? Mirko asked, automatically taking a combat stance as she assessed the building. I usually prefer the direct method, but if we're dealing with unknown dimensional technology. Ben appreciated that she was consulting him despite clearly being used to working alone. We should scout first. I have just the form for that. He activated the Omnitrix, cycling through the holographic display until he found what he was looking for. This one's new to the ultimate lineup, but the base form is perfect for stealth. He slammed his palm down on the device, and emerald light engulfed him. When it faded, a ghostly figure hovered where Ben had stood, semi-transparent with a single eye, wispy tendrils flowing from its lower body, and clawed hands that seemed to phase in and out of visibility. The Omnitrix symbol gleamed at the center of its chest, surrounded by intricate patterns that hadn't been present in the original form. Ultimate Big Chill, he announced in an echoing, multi-layered voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. This is different. Regular Big Chill is a necrophrygian, he can turn intangible and invisible, plus freeze things. Let's see what the ultimate version can do. Mirko's ears stood straight up, her eyes widening slightly at the transformation. That is, not what I was expecting. She recovered quickly, professionalism reasserting itself. Can you communicate once you're inside? Ben held up a clawed hand, concentrating. A small crystalline formation appeared in his palm, glowing with a faint blue light. Ultimate Diamond Head could generate communicating crystals. Let me try. The crystal divided into two identical pieces. He handed one to Mirko. This should maintain a connection even if I'm intangible. Mirko took the crystal, examining it with interest before securing it to her costume. Impressive versatility. Okay, Ghost Boy, do your reconnaissance. I'll monitor from here and be ready to move in if needed. Ben nodded, then faded from visible sight completely. A slight chill in the air was the only indication of his presence as he drifted toward the warehouse. As Ultimate Big Chill, he found his abilities dramatically enhanced. Not only could he turn invisible and intangible, but he could now sense thermal signatures through solid objects, giving him a clear picture of the activity inside before he even entered. He phased through the walls silently, the interior of the warehouse coming into focus. The space had indeed been converted into a makeshift laboratory, with equipment that appeared to be cobbled together from both salvaged materials and cutting-edge technology. Workstations lined the walls, covered with biological samples, electronic components, and containers of unknown substances. At the center of the operation stood Dr. Onimo, or at least, a version of him. This Onimo looked subtly different from the one Ben knew. His wild hair contained streaks of green, his skin had a faintly scaled texture, and what appeared to be small antennae protruded from his forehead. The dimensional transfer had apparently affected him physically in ways that it hadn't affected Ben. The fusion process is stable, Onimo was saying to someone just outside Ben's field of vision. My mutation accelerator, combined with your quirk-enhancing drug, has created something truly revolutionary. Ben drifted higher, positioning himself to see Onimo's companion. A figure stepped into view, a man in a perfectly tailored dark suit with a medical mask covering the lower half of his face. What was visible of his features appeared ordinary, but something about his presence made Ben's spectral form shiver instinctively. The results are promising, the masked man replied, his voice cultured and calm. But I need more than promising, Doctor. My organization requires certainty before committing further resources. You'll have certainty. Onimo declared with characteristic manic enthusiasm. Observe. He gestured to a large containment unit where a creature stirred in the shadows, something that appeared to be a fusion of what Ben recognized as a Vulpimancer, the alien species of his wild mutt form, and what might have been a wolf or large dog from this world. The hybridization process merges quirk-enhanced DNA with the extraterrestrial genetic samples I brought with me, Onimo explained. The result is a creature with the strengths of both, with neither's weaknesses. And you can control them? The masked man asked. Onimo tapped the modified control apparatus attached to his head. My neural interface ensures complete obedience. The specimens recognize me as their alpha. Ben had heard enough. He activated the communication crystal. Mirko, it's Onimo all right. He's working with someone local, creating hybrid creatures using alien DNA and something called quirk enhancement. Mirko's voice came through clearly. A quirk enhancement drug dealer? That's serious business. Who's the contact? Don't know. Well-dressed, wearing a medical mask. Seems to represent some organization. There was a pause before Mirko responded, her voice tighter than before. Describe him. Exactly. Ben provided what details he could, and Mirko's next words carried unmistakable tension. If it's who I think it is, he's connected to high-level villain operations. This just got a lot more complicated. Inside the warehouse, the conversation continued as the masked man inspected the hybrid creature. The attack this morning, that was one of yours? Onimo nodded eagerly. A field test. The specimen performed admirably, though it was unfortunately neutralized. He scowled. Some crystal-generating hero intervened. The masked man's posture changed subtly. Crystal generation. That's not a registered quirk in this district. Perhaps a new hero? Onimo suggested. Perhaps. The man didn't sound convinced. Or perhaps something else entirely. Your arrival from another dimension opens interesting possibilities. Ben felt a chill that had nothing to do with his current form. They were talking about him, and this masked individual seemed dangerously perceptive. I'm going to get closer, Ben whispered to the crystal. Need to see what else they're planning. Be careful, Mirko cautioned. If that's who I think it is, he's extremely dangerous. Ben drifted lower, positioning himself directly above the conversation. As he did, he noticed something alarming. Onimo's antennae suddenly twitched, and the scientist looked up sharply. We have an intruder. Onimo declared, his modified eyes scanning the ceiling. Something cold, something not of this world. Ben cursed silently. Of course, Onimo had modified himself with insect DNA before, and this version appeared to have enhanced sensory capabilities. The masked man remained perfectly calm. How interesting. Your dimensional counterpart, perhaps. Tennyson. Onimo snarled. It has to be. Only he would follow me here. He activated something on his wrist controller. Fortunately, I prepared for this possibility. A high-pitched sonic pulse erupted from speakers mounted around the warehouse. The sound passed through normal matter but interacted with Ben's intangible form like a physical blow, disrupting his molecular cohesion. He became visible, writhing in mid-air as the sonic attack forced him back into tangibility. There. Onimo pointed triumphantly. I designed this countermeasure specifically for necrophrygian physiology. Ben struggled against the sonic disruption, trying to maintain his form. How did I anticipate you? Please, Tennyson. 5 years of defeat teaches one to prepare. Onimo increased the intensity, causing Ben to fall to the warehouse floor with a heavy thud. The masked man observed with clinical interest. So this is your nemesis? He doesn't look particularly impressive at the moment. Onimo approached, careful to maintain distance. Don't be fooled by appearances. The Omnitrix makes him dangerous, it allows him to transform into numerous alien species. Like the creatures you're using for your hybrids. The masked man's interest visibly increased. Precisely. In fact, Onimo's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. If we could extract the Omnitrix, or at least sample its database, our hybridization program could advance exponentially. Ben struggled to his feet, the sonic disruption weakening but not completely incapacitating him. In this evolved form, he had greater resistance than regular Big Chill would have. Not happening. Onimo. You don't have a choice, Onimo gloated, adjusting his control apparatus. Release the test subjects. The containment units around the warehouse hissed open, and half a dozen hybrid creatures emerged, each a disturbing fusion of alien species Ben recognized and what appeared to be quirk-enhanced animals. A tiger with pyronite fire abilities. A bear with petrosapian crystal growths. A snake with a galvanic mechamorpha's technological integration. Mirko, Ben managed to communicate through the crystal. Now would be a good time for backup. The response was immediate and dramatic. The warehouse skylight shattered as Mirko crashed through, landing in a combat-ready crouch that immediately transitioned into a spinning kick that sent the nearest hybrid creature flying into a wall of equipment. About time, Ben called, using Mirko's entrance as distraction to concentrate on his form. With supreme effort, he managed to access a new aspect of Ultimate Big Chill's powers. Instead of simply resisting the sonic attack, he absorbed its energy, converting it to cold force that he released in a focused burst. The speakers froze and shattered, ending the disruptive pulse. 7 hostiles, 2 masterminds, Mirko assessed in an instant, her eyes tracking each threat. I'll handle the creatures. You focus on Onimo. The masked man observed the chaos with eerie composure. This experiment has yielded sufficient data for now. We'll continue our discussion later, Doctor. He stepped backward into shadows that seemed to deepen unnaturally around him. Wait. Onimo called. We can capture them together. Perhaps next time. The man's voice faded as the shadows enveloped him completely, leaving no trace of his presence. Coward. Onimo spat, then refocused on the immediate threat. No matter. My creations will deal with you both. He manipulated his control apparatus, directing the hybrid creatures to coordinate their attack. The battle erupted across the warehouse floor. Mirko moved with breathtaking speed and precision, her powerful legs delivering devastating kicks that could shatter concrete. Despite the creature's enhanced abilities, they couldn't match her combination of experience, technique, and raw power. These things are tougher than regular Nomus, she called to Ben as she dodged a stream of fire from the tiger hybrid. What are these alien abilities? Ben, now fully recovered from the sonic attack, demonstrated by exhaling a breath so cold it didn't merely freeze, it traversed conventional states of matter, creating a freeze so absolute it burns. The snake hybrid was encased instantly in ice that glowed with an unearthly blue energy. Each alien species has unique powers, Ben explained, turning intangible to avoid the crystal bear's attack. And it looks like the ultimate Omnitrix enhances them even further. Onimo retreated toward the back of the warehouse, frantically working at a control console. You're too late to stop the process, Tennyson. The dimensional barrier has already been weakened. Soon I'll be able to bring more specimens across. That doesn't sound good, Mirko said, executing a flawless aerial maneuver that allowed her to take down two hybrid creatures simultaneously. "It's not," Ben confirmed, moving toward Onimo. "He's trying to create a stable dimensional portal. If he succeeds, he could bring an army of these things through," Mirko finished, understanding immediately. "Not happening on my watch." With 4 of the 6 hybrids neutralized, Mirko launched herself toward Onimo with remarkable speed. The scientist barely had time to look up before her foot connected with his chest, sending him flying away from the controls. "No!" Onimo cried out. "The calibration sequence is delicate. If it's interrupted incorrectly," as if responding to his words, the equipment began to spark and smoke. A swirling energy vortex formed above the console, unstable and fluctuating wildly. "That can't be good," Ben muttered, recognizing dimensional energy similar to what had brought him to this world. "Mirko! We need to shut it down." The final 2 hybrids chose that moment to converge on Mirko, forcing her to defend against simultaneous attacks. "Kind of busy here. Can you handle it?" Ben assessed the situation quickly. The portal was growing, its energy signature becoming increasingly unstable. If it collapsed, the resulting dimensional backlash could devastate the entire harbor district. Time for something with more technical know-how, he decided, tapping the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. In a flash of green light, Ultimate Big Chill was replaced by a small, frog-like being with oversized eyes and 6 appendages. The Omnitrix symbol on his back was surrounded by complex circuitry patterns not present in the base form. "Ultimate Gray Matter," Ben announced, his voice higher-pitched but radiating heightened intelligence. "Perfect for this situation." He scampered toward the console with remarkable agility, his enhanced Galvan intellect processing the technology at incredible speed. "Fascinating adaptation of quantum field manipulation," he muttered, 6 limbs working simultaneously on different aspects of the control system. "Onimo's actually brilliant in a completely insane way." The dimensional portal continued to fluctuate, now beginning to pull in loose equipment from around the warehouse. The remaining hybrid creatures struggled to maintain their footing as the gravitational distortion intensified. "Whatever you're doing, do it faster," Mirko called, her powerful legs allowing her to anchor herself against the pull while she continued to combat the hybrids. "Working on it," Ben replied, reconfiguring connections with blinding speed. "The interdimensional calibration is cascading toward a resonance catastrophe. I need to create a controlled collapse sequence." Onimo, recovering from Mirko's attack, staggered toward Ben. "You'll ruin everything. This portal is my ticket to unlimited specimen collection." Ben didn't bother looking up from his work. "It's also your ticket to molecular dispersal across multiple dimensions if it collapses incorrectly." "Even you shouldn't be that crazy, Onimo." "He's that crazy," Mirko confirmed, finally dispatching the last hybrid creature with a powerful double kick that left it unconscious. She bounded toward Onimo, intercepting him before he could reach Ben. "Your little playdate is over," she informed the scientist, restraining him with practiced efficiency. "And you're about to learn how we handle villains in this world." With Onimo subdued, Ben completed his work on the console. The swirling vortex began to contract, its wild fluctuations stabilizing into a controlled spiral that gradually closed in on itself. "Portal collapse in 3, 2, 1. He counted down. The dimensional gateway imploded with a thunderclap of energy, sending a shockwave across the warehouse that knocked over remaining equipment but caused no structural damage. Where the dangerous vortex had been, only a few sparking wires remained. Ben hopped down from the console, Ultimate Gray Matter's diminutive form making the jump look comical despite the serious situation. Crisis averted. The dimensional breach is sealed. Sealed? Onimo looked stricken. No. My research. My way home. Ben tapped the Omnitrix symbol, reverting to his human form. Don't worry, Onimo. You'll have plenty of time to think about interdimensional physics where you're going. Mirko, still restraining the struggling scientist, gave Ben an approving nod. Nice work, Tennyson. You know, for an interdimensional rookie, you handle yourself pretty well in a crisis. I've had practice, Ben replied with a slight smile. Though usually my villains don't team up with local talent quite so quickly. Mirko's expression darkened. That talent is part of a bigger problem than your mad doctor here. If he's working with who I think he is, we've got serious trouble brewing. Ben looked around at the devastated warehouse laboratory, the unconscious hybrid creatures, and the smoldering remains of Onimo's dimensional equipment. So, just another Tuesday then. Despite the gravity of the situation, Mirko's lips curved in a reluctant smile. You're taking this whole, stranded in another dimension, thing pretty well. Ben shrugged. Not my first interdimensional rodeo. Though I have to admit, this world has its unique challenges. He glanced meaningfully at her rabbit features. And interesting heroes. A faint color rose to Mirko's cheeks before she quickly reasserted her professional demeanor. Don't get comfortable. We still have to explain all this to the authorities, and your status here is complicated at best. Story of my life, Ben sighed, examining the Omnitrix. Its glow had stabilized, the recalibration apparently complete. At least the Omnitrix seems to be fully operational now. The ultimate forms are impressive. They'll need to be, Mirko said grimly, securing Onimo with restraints from her utility belt. Because if that masked man is who I think he is, what we just faced was only the beginning. The sound of sirens in the distance signaled the approach of authorities. Ben and Mirko exchanged a look that conveyed a mutual understanding. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. 3 days after the warehouse incident, Ben stood at the window of Mirko's apartment, watching the sunset paint the unfamiliar city skyline in hues of gold and crimson. The Omnitrix on his wrist occasionally flashed with diagnostic sequences as it continued to integrate with this dimension's unique energy signature. Behind him, Mirko entered the living room, having just finished a conference call with officials from the Hero Public Safety Commission. Her ears were slightly drooped, indicating mental fatigue, a tell Ben had already learned to recognize. That bad, huh? He asked without turning. Could be worse, she replied, dropping onto the couch with uncharacteristic heaviness. They're processing your provisional license under my sponsorship. Given the circumstances and the fact that you helped take down Onimo and his operation, they're fast-tracking it. Ben turned to face her. But there are conditions. Mirko's red eyes met his. You operate under my direct supervision. All activities are documented. Regular assessments of your abilities. She paused. And they want a full catalog of your transformation capabilities for their database. Not happening, Ben said immediately. The Omnitrix contains DNA from thousands of species. Some of them have abilities that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. I'm not putting that in anyone's database. To his surprise, Mirko nodded in agreement. That's what I told them. Compromised we're working on, demonstration of a limited set under controlled conditions. Ben raised an eyebrow. You're advocating for me now. A slight smile curved her lips. Don't get used to it, Tennyson. I'm just making sure my provisional sidekick doesn't get railroaded. Sidekick? Ben repeated, mock offense in his tone. I'm pretty sure I've saved more worlds than you have. Maybe in your dimension, she replied with a competitive gleam in her eyes. But here, I'm the pro. You're the rookie. Their banter had developed rapidly over the past few days, evolving from cautious professional interaction to something more comfortable. Ben found himself enjoying their verbal sparring more than he probably should, given his temporary situation in this world. Any word on Onimo? He asked, returning to serious matters. Mirko's expression darkened. Secure containment, specialized facility. They're still debriefing him about the dimensional technology, but most of it was destroyed in the portal collapse. Which means my ride home went with it, Ben said, voicing the reality they'd both been avoiding. A moment of silence passed between them. Finally, Mirko asked the question that had been hanging unspoken. do you want to go back? Ben considered the question carefully. I should want to. My family, my friends, my world, they're all there. He looked down at the Omnitrix. But the truth is, I've always been between worlds anyway. Humans, aliens, different dimensions, I've never completely belonged to just one place. He moved to sit across from her. What about you? Do you want me to stay? Mirko's ears twitched, another tell he'd learned meant she was processing emotions she wasn't accustomed to expressing. You're useful in a fight, she said, her typical deflection transparent to Ben now. And this world could use more heroes, especially with things heating up. Very professional assessment, Ben noted with a knowing smile. She rolled her eyes. What do you want me to say? That I enjoy having someone who doesn't flinch when I kick down walls. That it's refreshing to work with someone who jumps into danger instead of waiting for orders. That would be a start, Ben replied, his smile widening. Mirko stood abruptly, her body language shifting to the kinetic energy that seemed to be her default state. Look, Tennyson. I work alone. Always have. It's my brand, my reputation. She paced, rabbit ears fully upright. Having you around is complicated. Complicated how? Ben pressed, standing to match her eye level. She stopped pacing, frustration evident in her posture. You're not from here. You don't understand how things work. Heroes have images, agencies, marketing. The rabbit hero, suddenly teaming up with alien transformation guy, raises questions. So it's a professional image thing? Ben asked, not entirely convinced. Mirko's ears drooped slightly. No. Not just that. She looked away, uncomfortable with the vulnerability. I'm used to relying on myself. Trusting my own judgment, my own abilities. Having a partner means trusting someone else, Ben finished for her. She nodded once, sharply. And you're not exactly a known quantity. Ben understood better than she realized. Throughout his hero career, he'd struggled with the balance between independence and partnership. Gwen, Kevin, Rook, each relationship had required him to adjust his lone hero tendencies. For what it's worth, he said, stepping closer, I get it. Where I come from, I've got my own reputation. My own way of doing things. Adjusting to partners hasn't always been my strong suit either. Mirko's eyes met his, something unspoken passing between them. For a moment, the professional distance she maintained dissolved, and Ben glimpsed the person beneath the hero persona, fierce, passionate, and unexpectedly vulnerable. The moment was interrupted by the Omnitrix suddenly beeping, its faceplate illuminating with an incoming signal. Ben looked down in surprise. That's not possible. What is it? Mirko asked, instantly alert. The Omnitrix is receiving a transmission. But it shouldn't be able to do that across dimensions unless. Ben activated the reception protocol, and a small holographic projection appeared above the device, the image of a diminutive gray-skinned being with large eyes and a distinctly grumpy expression. Azimuth? Ben exclaimed in disbelief. Of course it's me, the projection replied irritably. Who else would be capable of establishing a cross-dimensional communication link to the Omnitrix? Mirko stared at the hologram. That's Azimuth. The creator you mentioned. In the flesh. Or rather, in the projection, Ben confirmed, still shocked. Azimuth, how are you contacting me? I'm in another dimension. The Galvan genius made a dismissive gesture. The Omnitrix contains quantum entanglement communication protocols for emergencies. When it detected the dimensional shift and initiated the ultimate recalibration sequence, it sent out a subspace pulse that eventually reached my monitoring systems. You can communicate across dimensions, but can you bring him back? Mirko asked directly. Azimuth regarded her with interest. A Lapine evolutionary branch of Homo sapiens. Fascinating adaptation. He refocused on the question. Theoretically, yes. Practically, it will take time. Interdimensional transport requires precise calibration and massive energy. How much time? Ben asked. Given the dimensional coordinates I've extracted from the Omnitrix's memory banks, perhaps 3 to 6 months to construct a stable return portal. Ben and Mirko exchanged glances. Months? Ben repeated. Would you prefer I rush and scatter your molecular structure across 16 dimensions? Azimuth countered sarcastically. These things require precision. So I'm stuck here for a while, Ben said, processing this information. Azimuth's expression softened slightly, as much as his perpetually stern face could. The ultimate Omnitrix recalibration was an unexpected development, Ben. The device recognized the dimensional shift as an existential threat and activated dormant protocols I embedded years ago. The evolutionary function? Ben asked. A contingency measure for extreme circumstances. It allows the Omnitrix to access not just baseline alien DNA, but evolutionarily advanced versions, what each species could potentially become after millions of years of facing their most challenging environments. Mirko whistled, impressed. So it's not just transformation, it's transformation into the ultimate version of each species? A simplified but essentially accurate assessment, Azimuth confirmed. Use this power wisely, Ben. The evolutionary algorithms are based on adaptation for survival, which sometimes means adaptation for conflict. The warning was clear: these enhanced forms might be more aggressive, more powerful, and potentially more difficult to control than the standard transformations Ben was accustomed to. I understand, Ben assured him. Any other surprises I should know about? The ultimate Omnitrix will continue to adapt to your current dimensional environment, Azimuth explained. It may develop capabilities specific to that reality's energy signature. Document any unusual functions and maintain regular communication when possible. The hologram flickered slightly. Our connection time is limited. I will contact you again when I've made progress on the return portal. Azimuth, wait, Ben began, but the projection disappeared, leaving only the normal glow of the Omnitrix. Silence filled the apartment as Ben and Mirko digested this new information. So, Mirko finally said, 3 to 6 months as my sidekick. A competitive smile spread across her face. Think you can keep up, Tennyson? Ben matched her smile with one of his own. I think the question is whether this world is ready for what happens when we team up. Outside the window, night had fallen on the city. Somewhere in the darkness, the masked man who had escaped their encounter with Animo was certainly planning his next move. Whatever threats awaited, they would face them together, the rabbit hero and the wielder of the ultimate Omnitrix, an unlikely partnership forged across dimensions. Chapter 2, Ultimate Evolution. The morning sun filtered through the training facility's high windows, casting long rectangles of light across the reinforced floor. Mirko moved like liquid lightning, her powerful legs propelling her in a dizzying series of kicks, flips, and bounds that barely gave Ben time to react. Even with his years of combat experience, keeping up with her was proving challenging. Too slow, she called, suddenly appearing behind him with a sweep of her leg that nearly took his feet from under him. If I were a villain, you'd be unconscious already. Ben twisted away just in time, the Omnitrix glowing bright green on his wrist. If you were a villain, I wouldn't be limited to hand. Her rabbit ears twitched with amusement. Excuses, Tennyson. Your provisional license requires proficiency in non-transformed combat. What happens if that watch times out in the middle of a fight? She punctuated her point with a rapid-fire combination of kicks that forced him backward across the training mat. Despite the intensity of her assault, Ben noticed she was pulling her strikes, just enough to challenge him without causing injury. The realization made him smile. What's so funny? Mirko demanded, pausing her attack with hands on her hips, barely winded despite 20 minutes of continuous sparring. Nothing, Ben replied, wiping sweat from his forehead. Just appreciating your teaching method. It's very direct. A week had passed since Azimuth's communication, and Ben had settled into a routine that felt both familiar and strange. Mornings meant training with Mirko at her agency's facility. Afternoons involved patrol or responding to incidents. Evenings were spent reviewing hero protocols and regulations, the bureaucratic side of heroism in this dimension that Ben found simultaneously tedious and fascinating. Mirko studied him with those piercing red eyes that seemed to miss nothing. Your form is improving. But you're still thinking like someone who relies on transformation powers. She approached, circling him with a critical gaze. Even without the Omnitrix, you need to move like a hero. In my defense, Ben said, falling into a more proper stance as she'd taught him, most of my combat training has been while transformed. My human form was always just, the guy who hits the watch. Something flickered across Mirko's expression, a mix of surprise and what might have been concern. That's a dangerous mindset. You are the hero, Tennyson. Not your transformations. Before Ben could respond, the facility's alert system activated. A holographic display materialized at the center of the training floor, showing a map of the city with a pulsing red indicator several kilometers away. Incident in progress, the automated system announced. Villain activity detected in the Minato ward. Property damage reported. Casualties unknown. Mirko was already moving, grabbing her compact communication device from the edge of the training area. Perfect timing. Field test for your training. Ben checked the Omnitrix, fully charged and ready. What's the protocol here? In my world, I just transform and fly straight there. And in this world, she replied with a smirk, we follow procedure. I'm the licensed pro-hero. You're the provisional sidekick under my supervision. She tapped her communication device, acknowledging the alert. But since time is a factor. She hit a control panel on the wall, and a section of the ceiling retracted, revealing an open skylight. Race you there? Ben grinned, activating the Omnitrix. Now you're speaking my language. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a sleek, blue-scaled velociraptor-like alien with wheels for feet and a helmet-shaped head. The Omnitrix symbol gleamed at the center of his chest, surrounded by aerodynamic patterns that enhanced his already streamlined form. Ultimate XLR-8, he announced, his voice deeper and more resonant than the standard form. This is new. Regular XLR-8 is fast, but this, he vibrated in place, energy crackling around him. This feels like I could break the sound barrier just warming up. Mirko's eyes widened slightly at the transformation before her competitive spirit took over. Impressive. But I know this city better than you do. With a powerful leap, she shot upward through the skylight, her enhanced legs carrying her to rooftop level in a single bound. We'll see about that. Ultimate XLR-8 called, racing up the wall in a blur of motion and bursting through the skylight after her. The race across the city became an impromptu lesson in urban navigation. Mirko bounded from rooftop to rooftop, her intimate knowledge of the cityscape allowing her to take shortcuts and angles impossible for normal humans. Ben's ultimate XLR-8 form possessed raw speed that defied conventional physics, but he found himself having to adjust to the unfamiliar terrain, occasionally overshooting turns or having to backtrack when faced with unexpected obstacles. They arrived at the incident site simultaneously, a commercial district where chaos had erupted in the normally orderly streets. A creature that resembled a fusion of rhino and some kind of molten rock entity was rampaging through storefronts, its hide glowing with internal heat that melted asphalt wherever it charged. Another hybrid, Ben noted, scanning the area. Like the ones Onimo was creating. Mirko landed in a crouch beside him, already assessing the situation with practiced efficiency. Civilians first. Containment second. Apprehension third. Got it. Ultimate XLR-8 vibrated with potential energy. I'll evacuate the civilians in the creature's path. You handle containment. She nodded sharply, pleased at his prioritization. Go. In a blur of motion, Ben raced into action. His enhanced speed allowed him to move so quickly that the world around him seemed nearly frozen. He darted between terrified civilians, moving them to safety in increments so rapid that many hardly registered being transported until they found themselves blocks away from danger. Meanwhile, Mirko engaged the creature directly, her powerful legs allowing her to deliver devastating kicks while maintaining enough mobility to avoid its charges. Each impact of her foot against the hybrid's hide produced a concussive shockwave visible in the air. With the immediate area cleared of civilians, Ben returned to the battle. Area secure. What's the plan? Mirko dodged a molten blast from the creature's nostrils. This thing's core temperature is too high for direct engagement. We need to cool it down. On it. Ben tapped the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, initiating another transformation sequence. Emerald light engulfed him, and when it faded, a crystalline being stood in XLR8's place. But unlike the diamond head form he'd used previously, this version appeared more elegant and refined, with complex geometric patterns and a core that pulsed with frost energy. Ultimate Articuana. The temperature around him plummeted instantly, frost forming on nearby surfaces. Let's see how this works. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a beam of energy so cold that the air itself crystallized in its path. The beam struck the hybrid creature, steam erupting on contact as extreme temperatures collided. The creature roared in pain and confusion, its molten features beginning to cool and harden. Keep it up. Mirko called, seizing the opportunity to deliver a precision strike to a now vulnerable spot on the hybrid's cooling hide. The impact created a spiderweb of cracks across its surface. Ben maintained the freezing ray, circling to cover more of the creature's body. As its movements slowed, becoming more brittle and constrained, Mirko coordinated her attacks to the rhythm of Ben's support, striking with calculated force exactly where the creature's defenses were weakest. Now, she shouted, positioning herself for a final blow. Hit it with everything. Ben intensified his cold beam to its maximum. The hybrid creature froze completely, its molten core encased in layers of impossibly cold ice. Mirko launched herself skyward, spinning in midair before delivering a devastating axe kick to the center of the frozen mass. The creature shattered like glass, fragments scattering across the pavement, but instead of organic remains, the pieces began to dissolve into a gelatinous substance that quickly evaporated. What the? Ben began, reverting to human form as the Omnitrix timed out. Mirko landed beside him, her expression grim as she knelt to examine the dissolving remains. It's not biological. At least, not entirely. She touched a fingertip to the substance, then quickly wiped it away with distaste. Synthetic. A bioengineered weapon? Ben suggested, examining the rapidly disappearing evidence. More like a test, she replied, standing up and surveying the damaged street. It wasn't targeting anything specific. Just causing random destruction. Ben considered this. Someone's field testing these hybrids. Seeing what they can do, how they perform against heroes. And how we respond, Mirko added, her ears twitching in irritation. We're being studied. The sound of approaching sirens signaled the arrival of emergency services and police support. Mirko's communication device chimed with an incoming message from the Hero Network. 2 more incidents reported across the city, she read, her expression darkening. Similar creatures, different abilities. Other heroes engaging. Ben checked the Omnitrix, still in recharge mode after the rapid transformations. Divide and conquer. That's not Onimo's usual style. He typically wants to be present to gloat over his creations. Which means he's working under someone else's direction, Mirko concluded. The masked man from the warehouse. Their eyes met, mutual understanding passing between them. Whatever game was being played, they were pieces on someone else's board, for now. We should document everything before it's completely gone, Ben suggested, nodding toward the last traces of the dissolving creature. Mirko was already using her hero device to capture images and readings. The Commission's forensics team will want to analyze this. Not that they'll find much if it's designed to self-destruct. As they worked, Ben noticed civilians beginning to gather at the perimeter established by first responders. Many had phones out, recording the aftermath and the hero's activities. What caught his attention, though, were the excited whispers spreading through the crowd. "That's Mirko. And the new hero, what's his name? Omni-Man or something? The shapeshifter who works with her now. I heard he's from another country, some kind of exchange program." "No way, my cousin saw him turn into a crystal monster last week. He's gotta be one of those American genetic experiments." Mirko noticed his attention drifting to the crowd. "Get used to it. Hero society runs on public perception as much as actual results. Speaking of which..." She gestured toward an approaching news crew. "Part of the job. Follow my lead." The reporter, a woman with elongated fingers that seemed perfectly adapted to holding a microphone, approached them eagerly. "Rabbit Hero Mirko. Can you tell us about this attack? And is this your new sidekick we've been hearing rumors about?" Mirko handled the interview with practiced efficiency, providing enough information to satisfy public interest without revealing tactical details. When asked directly about Ben, she introduced him simply as Omni, a provisional hero working under my supervision, using the shortened codename they'd agreed upon for public use. "And Omni," the reporter turned to Ben, "your quirk allows multiple transformations? That's quite unusual. Where were you trained?" Before Ben could respond, Mirko smoothly intercepted. "My sidekick's background and specific abilities are classified at this time. What matters is that we contain the threat with no civilian casualties." She ended the interview firmly but professionally, leaving the reporter looking simultaneously disappointed and impressed by her authority. "Thanks for the save," Ben muttered as they walked away. "I haven't exactly prepared a cover story. Which is why we're sticking to the basics for now," she replied. "Foreign hero trainee with a rare transformation quirk, details classified. The commission is handling the official narrative." They made their way to a secure area where police had established a command post. Officers nodded respectfully to Mirko, several casting curious glances at Ben. One detective approached them directly, a serious-looking man with feline eyes and a meticulous demeanor. "Tsukachi," Mirko greeted him with professional familiarity. "What's the situation with the other incidents?" "Contained," the detective replied. "Hawks handled the one in Shibuya. Ryukyu took care of the third in the harbor district." His gaze shifted to Ben. "This must be your provisional partner. The commission briefed us on his unique situation." Ben was surprised. "They told the police about my dimensional origin." "Need to know basis only," Tsukachi clarified. "My quirk is lie detector, I can tell when someone's being untruthful. Makes me useful for sensitive cases." He extended a hand. "Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. I've been assigned as liaison for incidents involving your particular expertise." Ben shook his hand, impressed by the efficiency of this world's hero police coordination. "Glad to have you on board. So what can you tell us about the other creatures?" Tsukachi produced a tablet, displaying images from the other attack sites. "Similar composition to what you encountered, but different abilities. The one Hawks faced could generate sound waves powerful enough to shatter glass. Ryukyu's opponent could manipulate water. Elemental powers," Ben noted. "Like different alien species I've encountered. Onimo's definitely using DNA from my dimension as a template. Which means he's working from samples he brought with him," Mirko added, studying the images. "But manufacturing multiple creatures and deploying them simultaneously requires resources he didn't have a week ago." "Someone's funding his research," Tsukachi agreed grimly. "We've had intelligence chatter about a new player in the underworld market, someone offering evolutionary enhancements to existing quirks." Ben and Mirko exchanged looks. "The masked man," they said simultaneously. "You've encountered him?" Tsukachi asked sharply. "At Onimo's warehouse lab," Mirko confirmed. "Well-dressed, medical mask, unervingly calm demeanor. He melted into shadows when things got heated. The detective's expression tightened. Sounds like a broker who works for larger interests. There are several villain organizations that would pay handsomely for bioweapon technology, especially if it incorporates something as unique as cross-dimensional DNA. So what's our next move? Ben asked, feeling the Omnitrix finally complete its recharge cycle. Tsukachi glanced around, then lowered his voice. Officially, you continue responding to incidents as they occur. The Commission wants these creatures contained with minimal public panic. And unofficially? Mirko pressed. Unofficially, we need to find the production facility, the detective replied. These creatures aren't being transported long distances, they're too unstable. They're being manufactured somewhere in the city and deployed quickly. Ben considered this. The Omnitrix might be able to help with that. It contains Galvan technology capable of detecting genetic signatures. If I have a sample, I can arrange that, Tsukachi said. We've preserved what little remained from the previous attacks. Mirko's communication device chimed again. She checked the message, her ears flattening with annoyance. The Commission wants a full debriefing. Immediately. You go, Ben offered. I can work with Detective Tsukachi on tracking the genetic signature. She hesitated, clearly torn between official obligation and the investigation. You're still operating under my supervision, technically. I'll take full responsibility for anything that happens, Tsukachi assured her. This could be our best lead. After a moment's consideration, Mirko nodded. Fine. But regular updates, both of you. She fixed Ben with a stern look that didn't quite hide her concern. No engaging without backup. Reconnaissance only if you find something. Yes, ma'am, Ben replied with a mock salute that earned him a roll of her crimson eyes. As Mirko departed for her meeting, Ben turned to Tsukachi. So, detective, what exactly can you tell me about this larger interest that might be backing Animo's work? The detective's expression grew somber. How much do you know about All for One? The abandoned subway maintenance facility had proven an ideal temporary laboratory. Located beneath the city's bustling streets, its existence scrubbed from modern maps after a redevelopment project rerouted the lines decades ago, it offered both seclusion and access to substantial power infrastructure. Dr. Animo adjusted controls on his latest hybrid incubation chamber, the green glow from the fluid-filled tank illuminating his altered features. The dimensional transfer had changed him physically, enhancing his senses, altering his DNA to incorporate traits from species native to his research. He considered these changes improvements, evolutionary advantages that separated him from ordinary humans. The third deployment provided valuable data, he reported to the figure observing from the shadows. The creatures performed according to specifications, though their durability against extreme temperature variations requires refinement. The masked man stepped forward, the lower half of his face still concealed behind the medical mask that had become his signature. Thermal resistance can be addressed in the next batch. More concerning is their dissolution upon defeat. We need viable recovery for analysis. A necessary sacrifice at this stage, Animo countered, moving to another workstation where genetic sequences displayed across multiple screens. The self-destruction protocol prevents our technology from falling into hero hands. Once we perfect the stabilization process, we can remove that feature. The masked man approached one of the incubation tanks, studying the embryonic form floating within. And what of the dimensional stability issue? The energy signature fluctuations are becoming detectable. Animo scowled at the reminder of his current limitations. Without my original equipment, maintaining dimensional cohesion in the hybrid DNA requires constant adjustment. The energy bleed is unavoidable until we acquire better technology, the masked man finished smoothly. Which brings us to our next objective. He produced a tablet, displaying an image of Ben in his human form, the Omnitrix clearly visible on his wrist. Your dimensional counterpart and his device. Animo's eyes narrowed with familiar hatred. Tennyson. Always Tennyson, interfering with my work. Not interfering this time, the masked man corrected. Providing an opportunity. That device contains everything we need: stable dimensional access points, cataloged genetic material from thousands of species, and advanced transformation technology. The Omnitrix is biologically bonded to him, Onimo warned. Attempts to remove it forcibly trigger security protocols. A thin smile appeared below the mask. Then we won't remove it. Not immediately. He moved to a central console, bringing up a new display, a molecular diagram of a compound with a complex structure. My organization has been developing this for some time. A neurotransmitter inhibitor specifically designed to render quirk users susceptible to external influence. Onimo studied the compound with growing appreciation. A control agent? Fascinating approach. But Tennyson doesn't have a quirk, he has the Omnitrix. The principle remains applicable, the masked man explained. The Omnitrix interfaces with his nervous system. Disrupt that connection temporarily, and we create a vulnerability we can exploit. Understanding dawned in Onimo's modified eyes. We don't need to take the Omnitrix, we need him to give us access to it. Precisely. The masked man's voice carried a note of satisfaction. And to ensure that happens, we need to separate him from his protector. A new image appeared on the screen, Mirko in mid-combat, her powerful legs delivering a devastating kick to one of their hybrid creatures. The rabbit hero has taken a particular interest in our dimensional visitor, the masked man observed. A complication, but also an exploitable weakness. Emotional attachments create vulnerabilities. Onimo returned to his workstation, mind racing with new possibilities. I'll need to modify the control agent to account for the Omnitrix's alien technology. And develop a delivery system that can penetrate his defenses. You'll have whatever resources you require, the masked man assured him, moving toward the exit. My associates are most eager to see this project advance to the next phase. As the shadowy figure departed, Onimo turned back to his incubation chambers, a familiar manic gleam in his enhanced eyes. The humiliation of his previous defeats at Ben Tennyson's hands burned in his memory, fueling his determination. Soon, the very power that had thwarted him so many times would become the instrument of his ultimate triumph. Enjoy your hero games while you can, Tennyson, he murmured to the empty laboratory. Evolution always favors the adaptable. The forensics lab at police headquarters hummed with activity as technicians processed evidence from the day's attacks. Ben stood beside Detective Tsukachi, examining the sealed container of residue collected from the hybrid creature he and Mirko had defeated. Not much to work with, Ben noted, studying the small amount of gelatinous substance. It's all we have, Tsukachi replied. The dissolution rate accelerated after collection. This is preserved in a stasis field, but even that's only slowing the breakdown. Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through the holographic display until he found the form he needed. Let's see if this works. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a small, frog-like being with large, multifaceted eyes and a disproportionately large cranium. The Omnitrix symbol on his back was surrounded by neural patterns that pulsed with energy. Ultimate gray matter, he announced, his voice higher-pitched but resonating with enhanced intelligence. Perfect for analysis work. Tsukachi and the forensics technician stared in fascination as the diminutive alien hopped onto the laboratory counter, examining the sample container with extraordinary focus. Fascinating hybrid structure, ultimate gray matter observed, his enhanced Galvan intellect processing information at incredible speed. The base composition incorporates genetic markers from at least 3 distinct species, 1 native to this dimension, and 2 from mine. He manipulated the container with his small but dexterous hands, turning it to examine from multiple angles. I recognize pyronite DNA, that's a magma-based species from the planet Pyros. And there are elements of Geochelone aerogenetic code, turtle-like beings with elemental affinities. Can you identify the source from this dimension? Tsukachi asked. It appears to be rhinoceros DNA, but modified with quirk-enhancing compounds, Ben replied, his ultimate gray matter form allowing him to perceive molecular structures invisible to human eyes. The dimensional stability is maintained through an energy signature that's familiar. He paused, something triggering in his enhanced memory. This energy pattern, it's similar to what the Omnitrix produced during my transition to this dimension. What does that mean? One of the technicians asked. It means Onimo isn't just using samples he brought with him, Ben explained, his mind racing ahead. He's somehow tapping into the same dimensional frequency the Omnitrix accessed during the transfer. He's creating a conduit between dimensions. Tsukachi's expression darkened. Could he be bringing more creatures through? Or more villains like himself? Not directly, no. Ben shook his oversized head. The energy signature is too weak for physical transfer. But it's enough to extract genetic information, like downloading DNA blueprints from my dimension. Which expands his arsenal infinitely, Tsukachi concluded grimly. He's not limited to the samples he brought with him. There's more, Ben continued, noticing something in the dissolving compound. There's a tracking marker embedded at the molecular level. These creatures are designed to return data to their point of origin. The detective immediately grasped the implication. They're recording their own battles, sending combat data back to whoever created them. Exactly. Ben's ultimate gray matter form allowed him to interface directly with the Omnitrix, accessing its database. But that signal has to go somewhere. If I can isolate the frequency. He worked with furious concentration, his six-fingered hands manipulating controls too small for humans to operate. The Omnitrix projected a holographic display showing energy wavelengths and signal patterns. There. Ben exclaimed after several minutes of work. I've isolated the return frequency. These creatures are transmitting data to a location within the city. The hologram shifted to display a map with a pulsing indicator. That's where we'll find Onimo's new laboratory. Tsukachi studied the location. The old subway maintenance facility. It was decommissioned years ago when they rerouted the lines. He pulled out his phone. I'll coordinate a raid team immediately. Wait, Ben cautioned, reverting to his human form as the Omnitrix timed out. We need to be careful about this. If Onimo detects a large police presence, he might destroy evidence or worse, release everything he's working on at once. The detective considered this. What do you suggest? Reconnaissance first, Ben replied. I have forms that are perfect for stealth infiltration. We need to understand what we're dealing with before charging in. Tsukachi nodded slowly. Logical approach. But Mirko was clear, no engagement without backup. Then let's get her, Ben said, checking the time. Her debriefing should be finished by now. The detective's phone chimed with an incoming message. He checked it, his expression shifting to concern. That's strange. According to this, Mirko's debriefing ended an hour ago. She was dispatched to investigate another possible hybrid sighting in the warehouse district. Ben felt a twinge of unease. She would have contacted me if there was another attack. Unless she couldn't, Tsukachi said, already moving toward the door. I'm checking with dispatch now. The confirmation came moments later, no hybrid attack had been reported in the warehouse district, and no official dispatch had been issued for Mirko. Her communication device had gone offline shortly after she'd left the Hero Commission headquarters. It's a trap, Ben realized, cold dread settling in his stomach. Someone lured her away. Or someone wanted her separated from you, Tsukachi countered, his detective's mind seeing the bigger picture. The timing is too perfect, right when we discover Onimo's location. Ben was already activating the Omnitrix. I need to find her. Wait. Tsukachi grabbed his arm. Think strategically. If this is a diversion to separate you two, rushing blindly could be exactly what they want. The logic was sound, but Ben couldn't shake the urgency he felt. In just a week, Mirko had become more than a professional partner. She was someone he trusted, someone he admired, someone he pushed the thought aside, focusing on the immediate problem. "Can you track her hero device?" he asked. "Already trying," Tsukachi replied, working with the forensics technicians to establish a trace. "The signal's being blocked, but we might be able to get a last known location." Ben studied the map showing Onimo's suspected laboratory location. An idea formed: dangerous, potentially reckless, but the best option available. "Here's what we do," he said, decision made. "You coordinate a response team to the subway facility, but hold them at a perimeter. I'll go to Mirko's last known location and track her from there. Once I find her, we'll join you at Onimo's lab." Tsukachi looked skeptical. "Splitting our forces could be exactly what they want. Or it could be our best chance at handling both situations," Ben countered. "I've been doing this hero thing for a while, detective. Sometimes you have to trust your instincts." After a moment's consideration, the detective nodded. Last signal from her device came from the Kamino district, near the old industrial zone. "I'll have a team ready to move on the subway facility on your signal." Ben activated the Omnitrix again. "I'll contact you as soon as I find her." In a flash of green light, he transformed into a moth-like alien with 4 wings and a blue and black body. Unlike the standard Big Chill form, this ultimate version radiated intense cold energy and had additional sensory appendages. "Ultimate Big Chill," he announced, his spectral voice echoing through the laboratory. "I can cover the most ground in this form." Without waiting for a response, he phased through the ceiling and accelerated skyward, wings spreading to catch the night air. Beneath him, the city light spread like a constellation, but his thoughts were focused on a single point in that vast urban landscape, wherever Mirko was, and whatever danger she might be facing. Consciousness returned to Mirko in painful increments. First came awareness of her body, restrained, uncomfortable, with a throbbing ache at the base of her skull. Then sound filtered in, mechanical hums, liquid bubbling, the faint beep of monitoring equipment. Finally, when she forced her eyes open, sight returned in a blur of greenish light that gradually resolved into the interior of what appeared to be a laboratory. "Ah, our guest rejoins us," came a voice she recognized immediately, Onimo, his tone carrying that peculiar mix of scientific detachment and manic glee. "I was concerned we might have miscalculated the sedative dosage for your unique physiology." Mirko assessed her situation with professional clarity despite the lingering effects of whatever drug they'd used. She was secured to a vertical examination table with reinforced restraints specifically designed to withstand enhanced strength. Her hero costume remained intact, but her communication devices and support equipment had been removed. The laboratory appeared to be underground, with pipes and conduits running along the ceiling. "Kidnapping a pro-hero," she said, her voice raspier than she'd expected. "Not a smart move for someone already facing charges." Onimo emerged from behind a bank of equipment, his modified features more pronounced than when she'd last seen him. The mutation had progressed, his skin now had a distinct greenish hue, and the antennae protruding from his forehead were longer, constantly moving as if sensing the environment. "A calculated risk," he replied, checking readings on a nearby monitor. "Your capture serves multiple purposes in our experimental protocol." "Protocol?" Mirko tested her restraints, gauging their strength while keeping Onimo talking. "So you're just the lab technician now? Taking orders instead of giving them?" A flash of indignation crossed his features. "I am the scientific director of this entire operation. My expertise in cross-species genetic manipulation is unparalleled in any dimension. And yet someone else calls the shots," she pressed, having identified his ego as a potential weakness. "Someone who broke you out of containment to use your knowledge for their own agenda." A mutually beneficial arrangement, came another voice, the masked man, emerging from the shadows with his customary unnerving calm. "Dr. Onimo provides the scientific innovation. I provide the resources and strategic direction." Mirko's ears twitched in irritation, both at the man's presence and at her own carelessness in being captured. The false dispatch had been convincing enough to lure her to an ambush point, where she'd been hit with some kind of aerosol sedative before she could even identify her attackers. "So what's the plan?" she asked, continuing to test her bonds while keeping them distracted. "Use me as bait for Tennyson." "Perceptive," the masked man acknowledged. "Though you undersell your own value in the equation. Your genetic structure, particularly the lupine adaptations of your quirk, provides an excellent bridge for our hybridization process." Cold realization dawned. "You're harvesting my DNA." "A small sample only," Onimo clarified, holding up a vial of blood. "Your quirk's manifestation presents fascinating evolutionary adaptations that will enhance our hybrid's agility and sensory capabilities." Mirko's anger rose, but she channeled it into focus rather than outburst. "And Tennyson? What do you want from him?" The masked man approached a central workstation, activating a display that showed detailed schematics of the Omnitrix. "Dr. Onimo has provided invaluable insights into this device. A remarkable piece of technology, perhaps the most advanced in any dimension." "You'll never get it," Mirko stated with absolute certainty. "It's bonded to him, and even if it wasn't, he'd never let you have it. Which is why we've developed an alternative approach," Onimo explained, clearly unable to resist detailing his work. He moved to another station where a device resembling a sophisticated injector gun rested. "This contains a neurochemical compound that temporarily disrupts the connection between user and device. It won't remove the Omnitrix, but it will create a window where its security protocols are vulnerable to external command inputs." The masked man continued the explanation. "Once administered, we'll have approximately 6 minutes to extract the genetic database and dimensional access protocols before the Omnitrix's self-repair functions neutralize the compound. All we need is one opportunity," Onimo added, the familiar manic gleam intensifying in his eyes. "One moment of vulnerability. Which your capture has provided," the masked man concluded smoothly. "Tennyson's emotional attachment to you has proven predictably exploitable. He's already searching for you, alone and increasingly desperate." Mirko maintained her defiant expression, but inwardly, concern gnawed at her. She'd been careful to maintain professional distance in her partnership with Ben, but even she couldn't deny that something deeper had developed between them over the past week. Whether that constituted an exploitable weakness remained to be seen. "You've miscalculated," she told them, channeling absolute confidence into her voice. "Tennyson doesn't operate on emotion, he works on experience. And his experience tells him that walking into obvious traps is a bad idea." The masked man's eyes crinkled slightly, the only visible indication of his smile. "On the contrary. His file indicates 17 documented instances of knowingly entering trap scenarios when allies were at risk. His hero complex overrides his tactical judgment when personal connections are threatened." The casual reference to a file on Ben sent a chill through Mirko. How much did this organization know? How long had they been monitoring them? Onimo checked a monitoring device, his modified antennae twitching with excitement. "Energy signature detected. It matches the Omnitrix's transformation radiation. He's approaching from the northeast quadrant." "Right on schedule," the masked man noted with satisfaction. "Prepare the ambush teams. Remember, the objective is to administer the compound. Excessive force risks damaging the Omnitrix." As they moved to their positions, Mirko redoubled her efforts against the restraints. One ear-like appendage had enough flexibility to reach her back tooth, the one containing a compact lockpick she'd had installed after a previous capture incident years ago. Pro heroes who survived in the field learned to prepare for every contingency. "You're making a mistake," she called after them, buying time while working the lockpick free with her tongue. "Tennyson's Omnitrix has been upgraded. Those ultimate forms have capabilities you haven't calculated for." "On the contrary," Onimo replied without turning. "Each deployment of those forms has provided valuable data. We know exactly what we're dealing with." As they left the laboratory, Mirko finally worked the lockpick into position. All she needed was time, and for Ben to be smarter than his file suggested. Ultimate Big Chill phased through another abandoned warehouse, his spectral form leaving no trace of his passage. The industrial zone was a maze of derelict buildings and forgotten infrastructure, perfect territory for an ambush. Ben had followed Mirko's last signal to this area, but now he was tracking a different kind of trail, the faint energy signature of Onimo's dimensional technology. He maintained an intangible state, his enhanced senses scanning for any sign of Mirko or their enemies. The moth-like alien's ultimate form granted him perception beyond normal vision. He could detect thermal signatures through walls, sense electrical currents in equipment, even perceive the subtle dimensional distortions that marked Onimo's work. Something flickered at the edge of his awareness, a cluster of thermal signatures arranged in a tactical formation. Humans, concealed among the warehouses, waiting. Their body temperatures ran slightly higher than normal, suggesting enhancement drugs or quirks ready for activation. Ambush team, Ben murmured to himself. Which means I'm on the right track. He remained intangible, drifting above the waiting squad without triggering their awareness. Beyond them, a larger structure stood, an old factory with a partially collapsed roof. Within its walls, Ben detected the unmistakable energy pattern of dimensional technology, pulsing like a beacon to his enhanced senses. And there, a familiar thermal signature, elevated with stress and exertion but unmistakably Mirko. Her unique physiology created a heat pattern he'd come to recognize during their training sessions. She was alive, active, and from what he could tell, working against restraints. Ben calculated his options. The direct approach would trigger the ambush, potentially putting Mirko at greater risk. A stealth infiltration might work, but extracting her while maintaining intangibility would be challenging with his current form. He needed a different strategy. Drifting to a secluded position away from watching eyes, Ben reverted to human form long enough to contact Detective Tsukachi. I found her, he whispered into his communicator. Abandoned factory in the industrial zone. Onimo's using it as a secondary facility. Ambush teams in place, they're expecting me. Do not engage, Tsukachi responded immediately. Wait for backup. We're 15 minutes out. Mirko might not have 15 minutes, Ben countered. But I'm not going in guns blazing. I have a plan. Before the detective could protest further, Ben activated the Omnitrix again, selecting a form he hadn't yet used in this dimension. Green light engulfed him, and when it faded, a small, amphibian-like creature with oversized eyes stood in his place. Unlike the standard form, this ultimate version had additional sensory organs and skin that shifted colors with chameleon-like adaptability. Ultimate gray matter, he whispered, the enhanced Galvan's intelligence already processing multiple scenarios and their probable outcomes. Time for some improvisation. The diminutive alien scurried through the industrial complex, using his small size and adaptive camouflage to avoid detection. He bypassed the ambush teams entirely, finding access to the factory through maintenance conduits too small for human passage. Inside, the facility had been converted into an extension of Onimo's laboratory operation. Unlike the main subway facility, this location appeared focused on field testing and subject containment. Incubation tanks lined one wall, each containing embryonic forms of hybrid creatures at various stages of development. Monitoring equipment hummed softly, recording data and transmitting it elsewhere, presumably to the main laboratory. Ben navigated carefully across the ceiling pipes, his adhesive fingers allowing him to move silently above potential observers. He located Mirko in a central chamber, secured to an examination table but clearly working on her restraints with some kind of tool concealed in her mouth. Two guards monitored her from a nearby console, humans enhanced with subtle mutations that suggested quirk enhancement drugs. Their attention was divided between Mirko and communications from the ambush teams outside. No visual confirmation yet, one reported into a headset. Thermal sensors show nothing approaching. He's probably using the ghost form again, the other replied. Maintain alert status. Ben analyzed the situation, his ultimate gray matter form allowing him to process information and formulate plans at extraordinary speed. He identified the control systems for Mirko's restraints, the guard rotation patterns, and potential escape routes all within seconds. Moving to an electrical junction box mounted on the wall, he quickly accessed its internals and reconfigured the connections. With precise timing, he triggered a localized power fluctuation, enough to momentarily disrupt the monitoring systems but not significant enough to trigger emergency protocols. The guards responded predictably, one moving to check the electrical panel while the other remained at the console, attempting to restore systems. Ben dropped silently behind the first guard, producing a tiny device he'd assembled from components along his infiltration route. The miniature taser delivered a precisely calculated shock, rendering the guard unconscious without any outcry. Before the second guard could register what had happened, Ben had already scurried across the floor and up to the console. A second improvised device attached to the communications equipment, scrambling the signal to the outside teams while making it appear like mere interference. The remaining guard never saw the tiny alien that leapt onto his shoulder and administered the same electrical incapacitation as his colleague. With both guards neutralized, Ben hurried to Mirko's side. "Don't be alarmed," he whispered, his ultimate gray matter voice barely audible. "It's me, Ben." Mirko's ears twitched toward the sound, her eyes widening slightly as she spotted the tiny alien form. "Tennyson. That's new. Ultimate gray matter," he explained, moving to examine her restraints. "Enhanced Galvan form. Genius-level intelligence with a side of improvisation skills." She had already partially freed one arm using her concealed lockpick. Ben quickly analyzed the remaining restraints and began disabling them systematically. "Onimo and the masked man?" he asked while working. "Left about 10 minutes ago," she replied, flexing her wrist as it came free. "They're setting up some kind of trap for you, a compound that temporarily disrupts your connection to the Omnitrix." Ben processed this information immediately. Neurological disruptor, targeting the symbiotic interface between the Omnitrix and my nervous system. Clever, but predictable. The final restraint clicked open, and Mirko wasted no time in springing from the examination table, immediately dropping into a combat stance as she assessed their surroundings. "We need to move," she said, locating and retrieving her confiscated equipment from a nearby storage unit. "This is just an outpost. Their main lab is elsewhere." "The subway maintenance facility," Ben confirmed, climbing onto her shoulder. "Tsukachi is coordinating a team there, waiting for our signal." Mirko raised an eyebrow, impressed despite herself. "You actually followed protocol and coordinated with authorities? Who are you and what have you done with Tennyson?" "I can learn," he replied with as much dignity as his tiny form could muster. Besides, rushing in alone would have been exactly what they expected. "Speaking of expectations," Mirko said, moving toward the exit with practiced stealth, "there's an ambush team outside waiting for you to make a dramatic entrance." Ben's oversized eyes gleamed with intelligence. "Then let's not disappoint them, just not in the way they're expecting." The ambush team maintained their positions with professional discipline, thermal sensors sweeping the area continuously for any sign of their target. Their leader, a man with subtle reptilian features indicating a mutation-type quirk, received the garbled communication from the interior guards with increasing frustration. "Repeat your status," he hissed into his communicator. "Signal unclear." The response came through in broken segments: "No sign, continuing monitor, interference from equipment." Before he could demand clarification, a thunderous crash drew everyone's attention to the opposite side of the factory complex. Green light flashed against the night sky, followed by the unmistakable roar of one of Tennyson's transformations. "Target spotted," called one of the perimeter guards. "Engaging." The team leader barked orders, directing his forces toward the disturbance. They moved with coordinated precision, converging on what appeared to be a massive crystalline figure smashing through equipment. "Remember the objective," the leader called. "Administer the compound first, then subdue." As they approached, the crystalline being turned toward them, but something was wrong. The movements were too mechanical, the form too static. The ambush team slowed, suddenly uncertain. "It's a decoy," the leader realized too late. From behind them, a blur of white and purple streaked through their formation. Mirko moved like lightning, her powerful legs delivering precision strikes that incapacitated 3 operatives before they could even register her presence. The remaining team members pivoted to engage, but found themselves suddenly encased in rapidly expanding crystal formations that erupted from the ground beneath them. "Ultimate Diamond Head," announced a voice from where the crystals originated. Ben's transformed state rose from the ground, his crystalline body glinting in the moonlight. "Sorry to crash your party." The team leader activated his quirk, his skin hardening to a reptilian armor as he charged forward with enhanced speed. He raised a specialized injector gun, the neurological disruptor Onimo had prepared. "Just one hit," he snarled, aiming for the Omnitrix symbol on Ben's chest. Mirko intercepted him mid-lunge, her leg sweeping up in an arc that connected with his wrist. The injector went flying, shattering against a nearby wall and spilling its contents uselessly across the concrete. "Not happening," she told him flatly, following with a combination of strikes that tested even his armored hide. The leader staggered back, reassessing the situation as his team was systematically neutralized by the hero duo. He reached for a backup communication device, intent on alerting the main facility. Ben saw the movement and responded instantly, generating a crystal projectile that knocked the device from the villain's hand with pinpoint accuracy. No calling for backup. Trapped between Mirko's devastating kicks and Ben's crystal manipulations, the ambush team never stood a chance. Within minutes, all were incapacitated and secured with crystal restraints. "That," Mirko said, barely winded as she surveyed their handiwork, "was almost too easy." "They weren't expecting us to be coordinated," Ben observed, reverting to his human form. "They thought they could use you to lure me into acting rashly. And instead you went full tactical," she noted with approval. "Using ultimate gray matter to infiltrate, creating a decoy with crystal constructs, and setting up a perfect counter-ambush." She gave him an appraising look. "I'm almost impressed." "Almost?" Ben raised an eyebrow. "Don't push it, Tennyson." But there was warmth in her voice, and something else, a new respect that went beyond professional courtesy. Ben activated his communicator. "Tsukachi, we've neutralized the ambush team and secured the secondary facility. Mirko is safe." "Good work," came the detective's reply. "Raid team is in position at the subway facility. Thermal imaging shows significant activity inside, multiple heat signatures consistent with Onimo's hybrid creatures. They'll know their ambush failed soon," Mirko pointed out. "We need to move quickly." Ben nodded in agreement. "We're on our way. Hold position until we arrive." As they secured the last of the ambush team for the police to collect, Ben noticed Mirko watching him with an unreadable expression. "What?" he asked. "Nothing," she replied, then reconsidered. "Actually, something. You could have charged in to rescue me. According to that masked man, your file suggested you would." "My file?" Ben frowned. "They've been studying you," she explained as they moved away from the factory, heading toward the subway facility coordinates. "Cataloging your behavior patterns, transformation capabilities, tactical tendencies." Ben absorbed this information thoughtfully. "And they expected me to rush in recklessly because someone I care about was in danger." The words hung in the air between them, someone I care about, acknowledging something neither had put into words before. "But you didn't," Mirko continued after a moment. "You coordinated with authorities, developed a tactical approach, and prioritized the larger mission while still ensuring my safety." Her ears twitched slightly, a tell Ben had learned indicated she was processing complex emotions. "That's not what I expected either, honestly." "Maybe I've learned something during our partnership," Ben replied, activating the Omnitrix. "About balance. Independence and teamwork. When to trust my instincts and when to trust the system." He selected an alien form from the holographic display. "And when to trust my partner." Before transforming, he met her eyes directly. "For what it's worth, I was worried about you. But I knew you could handle yourself until I got there." A smile, genuine and unguarded, crossed Mirko's face. "Good answer, Tennyson. In a flash of green light, Ben transformed into a pterodactyl-like alien with a jetpack-like apparatus on his back. Ultimate Astrodactyl, he called out, his voice deeper and more resonant than the standard form. Energy wings extended from his arms, glowing with propulsion capabilities far beyond the original version. "Need a lift?" he asked, extending a clawed hand. Mirko shook her head. "I can keep up." To demonstrate, she crouched slightly, then launched herself forward with explosive force, her enhanced legs carrying her across rooftops in tremendous bounds. Ben took to the air, matching her pace as they raced toward the final confrontation with Onimo and his mysterious backer. Whatever waited for them at the subway facility, they would face it together, no longer just as reluctant partners, but as something more. The abandoned subway maintenance facility hummed with frantic activity. Alarms blared as Onimo moved between workstations, initiating emergency protocols and transfer sequences for critical research data. The masked man observed with outward calm that belied the tension evident in his precise movements. "The ambush team has gone silent," he noted, checking a monitoring device. "We must assume Tennyson and the Rabbit Hero have neutralized them and are en route to this location. The prototypes aren't ready." Onimo protested, frantically working to preserve his research. "The dimensional stabilization sequence requires at least another hour." "We don't have an hour." The masked man activated a communication device. "Release security protocols 3 through 7. Deploy all viable specimens." Throughout the facility, containment tanks hissed open. Hybrid creatures in various stages of completion emerged, their forms representing grotesque combinations of alien DNA and quirk-enhanced terrestrial species. Some moved with predatory grace, others lurched awkwardly, their artificial evolution incomplete but their combat capabilities still lethal. "Those specimens are invaluable research assets." Onimo objected. "They are now tactical assets," the masked man corrected coldly. "Their purpose is to buy us time to evacuate critical technology and research data." Onimo wanted to argue further but recognized the pragmatic necessity. He returned to the central console, initiating a compressed data transfer to secure servers elsewhere. "The dimensional stabilizer cannot be moved quickly. Its energy matrix is too delicate." "Then prepare it for remote detonation," came the impassive reply. "If we cannot preserve it, we ensure no one else can study it." Outside the facility perimeter, Detective Tsukachi coordinated with the raid team, a mix of police tactical units and support heroes positioned at key access points. Thermal imaging displayed on portable screens showed the sudden dispersion of heat signatures throughout the underground complex. "Movement inside," reported one of the technicians. "Multiple targets spreading through all levels." "They know we're here," Tsukachi concluded grimly. "Preparing defensive measures." The sound of something massive striking a barrier echoed through the access tunnel. The thermal imaging showed one of the larger heat signatures ramming repeatedly against the reinforced door that separated the facility from the outer tunnel system. "Hold positions," the detective ordered. "Wait for," his instructions were cut short by the arrival of a streak of white and purple that landed in their midst with graceful precision. Mirko straightened from her landing crouch, immediately assessing the tactical situation. "Status?" she demanded. "Perimeter established, but they're attempting to break out," Tsukachi reported. "Multiple hybrid creatures moving through the facility. At least 15 distinct signatures, possibly more." A green flash announced Ben's arrival as he reverted from his ultimate astrodactyl form to human. "They're sacrificing their test subjects to cover an evacuation," he observed, studying the thermal imaging. "Classic villain exit strategy." "Main laboratory is here," Tsukachi indicated on the schematic. "Central chamber, 2 levels down. That's where the dimensional technology signature is strongest." Ben and Mirko exchanged a look of perfect understanding, the culmination of their week-long partnership and the trust that had developed between them. "We go for Onimo and the masked man," Mirko stated. "Strike team contains the hybrids and secures the perimeter." "Agreed," Ben replied, already activating the Omnitrix. I've got something special for this. The selection ring appeared above the device, and Ben cycled through options before finding what he needed. With a familiar motion, he slammed his palm onto the faceplate. Green light engulfed him, and when it faded, a towering figure stood in his place, a humanoid composed of what appeared to be living metal, with nuclear symbols on his shoulders and chest. The Omnitrix symbol gleamed at the center of his chest, surrounded by energy conduits that hadn't been present in the standard form. Ultimate Atomics, he announced, his voice resonating with power. Time to go nuclear on their operation. Mirko's eyes widened slightly at the transformation. She hadn't seen this particular alien before, and the energy radiating from it was unlike anything she'd encountered. Impressive, she acknowledged. What can you do in that form? Energy manipulation, nuclear fusion, matter control, Ben replied, his hands glowing with contained power. The ultimate version adds precision control and adaptive radiation that only affects targeted entities. In English, she asked with a raised eyebrow. I can hit really hard without destroying the evidence we need, he simplified with a smile in his voice. The reinforced door at the end of the tunnel suddenly buckled, metal screaming as something massive tore through it. A hybrid creature emerged, a monstrous combination of what appeared to be a rhinoceros and something insectoid, with multiple limbs and armored plates covering vital areas. Strike team, engage containment protocols. Tsukachi ordered, tactical units moving into predetermined formations. That's our cue, Mirko said, dropping into a ready stance beside Ben. Ready to crash Onimo's going away party? Ultimate Atomix's hands glowed brighter. Ladies first. With a fierce grin that displayed her predatory edge, Mirko launched forward, using the charging hybrid as a springboard. Her powerful legs propelled her over the creature and through the breached doorway, Ben following close behind, his nuclear form illuminating the darkened tunnel with emerald energy. They moved through the facility with coordinated efficiency, Mirko taking point with her superior speed and maneuverability while Ben provided overwhelming force against the larger threats. Each hybrid creature they encountered fell to their combined assault, Mirko's precision strikes targeting weak points that Ben's energy blasts then exploited. The main lab should be through that reinforced door. Ben called, generating a shield of nuclear energy to deflect an acid spray from a frog-like hybrid with Lepidopteran DNA. Mirko delivered a devastating kick that sent the creature crashing into a wall. On it. She bounded forward, analyzing the door's structure with experienced eyes. Triple reinforced with some kind of energy field. Conventional breaching won't work. Stand clear. Ben instructed, positioning himself before the barrier. He brought his hands together, focusing nuclear energy into a concentrated sphere. HMNA. The strange verbal focus, a quirk of Atomix's species, culminated in a beam of precisely controlled nuclear energy that struck the door's center. Instead of a destructive explosion, the beam seemed to unravel the door's molecular structure, causing it to disintegrate layer by layer until an opening appeared. Neat trick, Mirko commented, already moving through the breach. The main laboratory beyond was a cathedral to mad science, vast and complex, filled with equipment that blended technology from two dimensions. At its center stood an imposing device that pulsed with energy, creating distortions in the air around it, the dimensional stabilizer Onimo had constructed. Onimo himself was at the control console, frantically working to complete his data transfer. The masked man stood nearby, observing their entrance with that unnerving calm that seemed his perpetual state. Tennyson and Mirko, he acknowledged. Right on schedule. Schedule's about to change, Mirko replied, dropping into a combat stance. Your operation ends now. On the contrary, the masked man responded. This particular phase ends now, but the operation continues. He gestured to Onimo. Doctor, initiate final protocol. Onimo pressed a sequence of controls, and the dimensional stabilizer's pulsing intensified. Dimensional collapse sequence initiated. 2 minutes to critical destabilization. Ben's ultimate Atomix form immediately registered the danger. He's creating a controlled dimensional rift. If that thing goes critical this close to a populated area, catastrophic disruption of local spacetime, the masked man finished for him, seemingly untroubled by the prospect. Unless, of course, someone with your unique capabilities intervenes. Mirko recognized the trap instantly. They're forcing a choice, stop them or prevent disaster. The hero's dilemma, the masked man agreed, already backing toward a concealed exit. Though I suggest focusing on the latter. Dr. Onimo's research has already been preserved, and the consequences of failing to contain the dimensional collapse would be extensive. Ben moved toward the destabilizer, analyzing its structure with Ultimate Atomix's enhanced perception. I can contain it, but it will take all of this form's concentration and energy. Go, Mirko decided without hesitation. I'll handle these two. She launched herself toward the retreating villains with explosive speed, but Onimo was prepared. He activated a final control sequence, and 4 hybrid guardians emerged from concealed chambers, each one specifically designed with abilities that countered Mirko's fighting style. My parting gift. Onimo called with manic glee. Specimen specifically engineered to counter the rabbit hero's capabilities. Enjoy the field test. The first hybrid, a cheetah-like creature with Kinoceleran DNA, matched Mirko's speed, intercepting her mid-leap with a countering strike that forced her to adjust her trajectory. The second hybrid, resembling a gorilla with Tetraman traits, possessed strength that rivaled her devastating kicks. The remaining 2 demonstrated sound manipulation and gravity distortion abilities, directly targeting her enhanced jumping and aerial combat advantages. Ben, she called, already engaging the first 2 creatures with furious combinations. Contain the rift. I can handle these lab rejects. Ultimate Atomix had already begun the containment process, positioning himself directly before the destabilizer and channeling nuclear energy in precisely modulated waves. The collapse sequence is accelerating. I need at least 90 seconds of uninterrupted concentration. You'll get it. Mirko assured him, her fighting style adapting instantaneously to the challenge. Where direct strength failed against the enhanced hybrids, she employed leverage and momentum. Where speed was matched, she utilized unpredictable changes in direction and elevation. The laboratory became a battlefield of blinding movement and devastating impacts. Mirko fought with every ounce of the experience and skill that had earned her position among Japan's top heroes, but the hybrids had been specifically designed to counter her abilities, and there were 4 of them. A sound wave blast caught her mid-jump, disrupting her equilibrium just long enough for the gravity manipulator to increase her body weight 3-fold. She crashed to the floor with bone-jarring force, rolling instantly to avoid the gorilla hybrid's hammering fists. 30 seconds to critical destabilization. Ben called, his ultimate Atomix form glowing with intensifying power as he fought to contain the growing dimensional rift. Mirko, get clear. If this fails, it won't fail, she shouted back, blood trickling from a cut above her eye as she sprang back to her feet. Because you won't let it. Their eyes met across the chaotic laboratory, a moment of perfect understanding and trust. In that instant, Mirko realized that her faith in Ben wasn't just professional respect or tactical calculation. It was something deeper, a connection that transcended their brief partnership. The realization brought with it a surge of renewed determination. With a battle cry that echoed through the facility, she launched into a counteroffensive unlike anything the hybrids had been programmed to anticipate. Instead of fighting each opponent individually, she used their specialized abilities against each other, luring the sound manipulator's attacks to disrupt the gravity controller, using the speedster's momentum to crash into the strength-based hybrid. 15 seconds. Ben warned, nuclear energy now engulfing the destabilizer completely as he fought to contain the impending dimensional collapse. Onimo and the masked man had nearly reached their escape route, a service elevator at the far end of the laboratory. Mirko saw her opportunity when the gorilla hybrid charged at her with mindless ferocity. Instead of dodging, she pivoted at the last possible moment, using the creature's momentum to send it crashing into the other hybrids like a bowling ball into pins. The momentary advantage was all she needed. With a series of bounds that showcased her unmatched agility, she intercepted the villains just as the elevator doors began to close. "Going somewhere?" she asked, her foot stopping the doors with devastating force. "This changes nothing," the masked man stated calmly, even as Onimo cowered behind him. "The data is already secure. The next phase begins regardless." "Not for you, it doesn't," Mirko replied, grabbing both villains and hurling them back into the laboratory with strength that belied her size. Behind them, Ben completed the containment process just as the destabilizer reached critical failure. Ultimate Atomix's hands pressed against a sphere of pure nuclear energy that encapsulated the dimensional rift, forcing it to collapse inward rather than expand outward. The resulting implosion released a shock wave of force that knocked everyone in the laboratory off their feet, but contained the dimensional energy within the nuclear sphere. "Dimensional collapse, neutralized," Ben announced, his ultimate Atomix form visibly drained by the effort. The energy sphere dissipated, leaving only smoking remains of the destabilizer. Onimo stared in dismay at his destroyed creation. "My research. My dimensional bridge. Is closed for business," Mirko finished for him, securing both villains with specialized restraints as tactical units began pouring into the laboratory. The masked man maintained his unsettling composure even in defeat. "One battle doesn't end a war, heroes. This was merely a proof of concept. The real work continues elsewhere." "Save it for interrogation," Mirko told him flatly, tightening his restraints perhaps more than strictly necessary. Ben reverted to human form, the Omnitrix timing out after the tremendous energy expenditure of containing the dimensional collapse. He looked exhausted but satisfied as he joined Mirko while Tsukachi's team secured the prisoners. "We did it," he said, surveying the devastated laboratory and neutralized hybrid creatures. "Stopped the bad guys, prevented dimensional disaster, saved the day. Just another Tuesday?" Mirko asked with a knowing smile, echoing his words from their first mission together. "Something like that," Ben replied, then winced as the adrenaline faded and the physical toll of the battle made itself known. A cut on his forehead that he hadn't even noticed began bleeding freely. Mirko's expression shifted to concern. Without comment, she tore a strip of fabric from her costume and pressed it against the wound with surprising gentleness. "Hold that there. Head wounds bleed dramatically but it's not serious." The moment felt more intimate than the situation warranted, her hand briefly lingering near his face, their eyes meeting with unspoken understanding. Something had changed between them during this crisis, the professional partnership deepening into genuine connection. "Thanks," Ben said quietly, covering her hand with his own for a brief moment. "Not just for this, for trusting me with the dimensional containment. For believing I could handle it." Mirko's ears twitched slightly, that tell he'd learned to recognize when she was processing emotions she wasn't accustomed to expressing. "You earned that trust, Tennyson. Today and every day this week." Before either could say more, Detective Tsukachi approached, tablet in hand. "Preliminary analysis of the data we managed to recover suggests this operation goes deeper than we initially thought. The masked man, who still refuses to identify himself, appears to be a broker for a larger organization." "All for one," Mirko stated grimly. The detective nodded. "Most likely. The dimensional technology was just the first phase of what appears to be a larger weapons development program. Fortunately, the core research was destroyed in the containment process." "Not all of it," Ben noted, glancing toward Onimo being led away in specialized restraints. "The most dangerous part is still in his head. And if this all for one is as resourceful as you say, we'll take every precaution," Tsukachi assured them. "Maximum security, isolated containment, constant surveillance." Mirko didn't look convinced. "We thought that the first time." The detective couldn't argue with that point. "For now, we've disrupted their operation and prevented a potential catastrophe. That's a win." He offered a tired smile. "The Commission has already issued a statement commending your teamwork. Apparently, your partnership is proving more effective than anticipated." "Told you so," Ben couldn't resist saying to Mirko, who rolled her eyes but didn't disagree. As the cleanup operation continued around them, they found a relatively quiet corner of the facility to rest while medical teams treated the injured tactical officers. Sitting side by side against a wall, the adrenaline crash hit them both simultaneously. "Some weak, huh?" Ben remarked, staring at the Omnitrix as it recharged. Dimensional transfer, ultimate Omnitrix, mad scientist team-up, hybrid monsters, near-catastrophic rift collapse. "And you still haven't properly learned proper hero protocols," Mirko added, but there was no heat in her words, just weary amusement. "Though I suppose saving a city from dimensional collapse earns you some leeway." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment before Ben spoke again. "When Azimuth finishes the return portal, if he finishes it, when," Mirko corrected automatically. "Right. When," Ben acknowledged. "There's something I've been wondering about." Her ears perked up slightly, attentive despite her exhaustion. "What's that?" "This world, it's growing on me," he admitted, choosing his words carefully. "The hero system here is structured differently than what I'm used to, but there's something about it that works. The way heroes inspire people, the way they're part of society rather than operating in the shadows." Mirko studied him with those piercing red eyes. "You're thinking about staying," she stated rather than asked. Ben met her gaze directly. "I'm thinking about having a choice, at least. Back home, I'm the wielder of the Omnitrix, that's my identity, my responsibility. Here, I could be a hero in a different way. Part of something larger." He didn't say the other part, that something larger included her, included the partnership they'd formed that felt different from any he'd experienced before. More equal, more challenging, more right. "You'd give up your world?" she asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. "Your family, your friends, everything familiar?" "Not give up," he clarified. "But choose something different. Something new." He hesitated, then added, "Something with potential." The word hung between them, laden with meaning beyond mere career considerations. Mirko's ears twitched again, that emotional processing tell, before she replied. "The Hero Commission would certainly approve your permanent license if that's what you decided. Your abilities would be valuable here." It was a professional response, but Ben had learned to read between her lines. "Just the commission?" A faint color rose to her cheeks, visible even through her fur. "Others might see the value in having you around." "Professionally speaking." "Professionally speaking," Ben repeated with a knowing smile. "Don't push it, Tennyson," she warned, but there was warmth in her voice that belied the words. Their moment was interrupted by a medical technician coming to check their injuries. As they submitted to examination and treatment, neither spoke further about Ben's potential future in this dimension. But something had been acknowledged between them, a possibility, a potential, a choice that didn't need to be made immediately but existed on the horizon. Later, as they left the facility with the cleanup operation well underway, the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and pink. They stood for a moment on the street above, watching the city awaken, unaware of how close it had come to dimensional catastrophe. "What now?" Ben asked, the question encompassing more than just their immediate plans. Mirko stretched, her powerful form silhouetted against the rising sun. "Now. Food, shower, sleep, in that order. Then back to work." She glanced at him with a challenging smile. "Think you can keep up?" Ben matched her smile with his own. "I'm getting the hang of it." As they walked away from the battlefield, their shoulders occasionally brushing, the distance between professional partners and something more continued to narrow, potential evolution of their own, sparked by crisis but growing through choice. Chapter 3, Heroes United. Dawn painted Tokyo in hues of amber and rose as Ben Tennyson stood atop Mirko's agency building, watching the city awaken. 1 month had passed since the subway facility raid, a month of adjusting to this new world, of growing into his role beside one of Japan's top heroes, of feeling less like a visitor and more like he belonged. The ultimate Omnitrix gleamed on his wrist, occasionally pulsing with energy as it continued to adapt to this dimension's unique signature. Ben had discovered new capabilities in the device almost weekly: enhanced scanning functions, improved energy efficiency, and transformation combinations he'd never imagined possible before. The rooftop door opened behind him. Mirko emerged, dressed in her hero costume and ready for their morning patrol. In the month they'd worked together, Ben had learned to read her moods through subtle tells: the angle of her ears, the rhythm of her movements, the intensity in those striking red eyes. Today, those eyes held a spark of excitement. The Hero Billboard chart rankings came out this morning, she announced without preamble, joining him at the edge of the rooftop. And? Ben prompted, already guessing from her barely contained energy. A fierce smile spread across her face. Number 3. You moved up 2 spots. Ben's eyebrows rose in surprise. That's impressive. We moved up 2 spots, she corrected, nudging his shoulder with her own. The Commission attributes the jump to our partnership effectiveness. The casual contact between them had become more frequent in recent weeks, a natural evolution of their growing comfort with each other. What had begun as a reluctant professional arrangement had transformed into something neither of them had fully defined but both increasingly relied upon. Congratulations, then, Ben said, genuinely pleased by the recognition. Though I'm pretty sure you could have made it without me. Mirko's ears twitched slightly, that emotional processing tell he'd grown fond of. Maybe. But it wouldn't have been as interesting. She turned to face him directly. The public approval ratings are through the roof. Rabbit Hero and Dimension Warrior is apparently quite the marketable team. Ben chuckled at the media nickname that had stuck despite the Commission's attempts at more formal branding. Better than Bunny Girl and Alien Boy, I suppose. Marginally, she agreed with a wry smile. Ready for patrol. Ben activated the Omnitrix, cycling through the holographic display until he found what he was looking for. I thought we might try something different today. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a hulking, tiger-like being with massive arms and pronounced fangs. Unlike the standard Wrath form, this ultimate version had deeper stripes that pulsed with energy, more pronounced claws, and a more controlled, predatory stance. Ultimate Wrath. He announced, his voice deeper but missing the uncontrolled rage of the original form. I figured the feline-lapine patrol combination might be interesting. Mirko assessed the new form with professional interest. Combat capabilities. Enhanced strength, agility, durability, Ben listed. The standard Wrath is all Berserker Rage with no off switch. This ultimate version maintains the power but adds strategic control. Impressive upgrade, she noted, then smirked. Still not as fast as me, though. Ultimate Wrath's feline eyes gleamed with competitive spirit. Care to put that to the test? Without warning, Mirko launched herself from the rooftop, powerful legs propelling her in a tremendous arc across to the next building. Try to keep up, Tiger. Ben's laughter rumbled from Ultimate Wrath's chest as he bounded after her, powerful muscles carrying him in leaps that shook the buildings beneath them. They raced across the urban landscape, their movements complementary yet distinct, her precise, gravity-defying bounds against his raw power and surprisingly graceful agility. The citizens below had grown accustomed to seeing the hero duo traversing the skyline. Some pointed upward, children waving excitedly while adults captured images on their phones. In just a month, Mirko and Omni had become household names, their partnership a symbol of the evolving hero landscape. Their patrol route took them through 3 districts, stopping occasionally to assist with minor incidents: a traffic accident where Ultimate Wrath easily lifted a overturned delivery truck, a purse snatcher who found himself cornered between Mirko's devastating kicks and Ben's intimidating presence, a small fire at a restaurant kitchen that they contained before it could spread. By mid-morning, they paused atop a commercial building overlooking a busy shopping district. Ben reverted to human form, the Omnitrix timing out after the extended transformation. 2 hours, 17 minutes, he noted, checking the device. The ultimate forms last longer each time I use them. Adaptation to the dimension's energy signature. Mirko suggested, barely winded despite their exertions. Probably, Ben agreed. Azimuth mentioned the Omnitrix would continue integrating with this world's physics. At the mention of Azimuth, a brief shadow crossed Mirko's expression, so quick that anyone who didn't know her as well as Ben now did would have missed it entirely. The Galvan inventor had communicated twice more since their first contact, providing updates on the dimensional return portal's progress. Each time, the reality of Ben's temporary status in this world resurfaced like an unwelcome reminder. Speaking of integration, she said, smoothly changing the subject, the Commission wants us at UA High School tomorrow for that special training session with the Hero Course students. The demonstration of cross-dimensional combat techniques. Ben recalled the assignment. Should be interesting. That's one word for it, Mirko replied with a snort. 20 teenagers with powerful quirks and something to prove. At least Aizawa will be there to keep them in line. Ben smiled at her characteristic blend of irritation and concealed enthusiasm. Despite her tough exterior, he discovered Mirko genuinely enjoyed working with promising young heroes, she just preferred to do it on her own terms, without institutional constraints. Admit it, he teased. You're looking forward to showing off for the next generation. Before she could retort, both their communication devices chimed simultaneously, a priority alert from the Hero Network. Ben checked the message, his expression immediately shifting to focus. Hybrid creature sighting, he read. Downtown Financial District. Mirko was already moving to the building's edge, ears fully upright in alert mode. Multiple civilians in the area. This isn't good. I thought we shut down Onimo's operation, Ben said, joining her as they peered toward the distant skyscrapers where the alert originated. We shut down one lab, she corrected grimly. The masked man indicated there were others. And Onimo escaped containment 2 weeks ago. The news of Onimo's breakout had been a classified detail shared only with top heroes and key investigators. Despite enhanced security measures, the scientist had vanished from his specialized cell, leaving behind disturbing evidence of external assistance, likely from the same shadowy organization that had backed his research initially. No time to waste, Ben decided, activating the Omnitrix again. Let's remind them why we're ranked number 3. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a sleek, blue-scaled alien with wheel-like feet and aerodynamic features. Ultimate XLR-8. Race you there? Mirko suggested, dropping into a ready stance. Not this time, Ben replied, surprising her by scooping her up with enhanced strength before she could object. We arrived together. Before she could protest, they were off, Ultimate XLR-8's incredible speed turning the city into a blur around them. Ben felt Mirko instinctively adjust her position in his arms, her body tensing then relaxing as she adapted to the disorienting velocity. They reached the financial district in seconds, immediately assessing the situation. A creature unlike any they'd encountered before rampaged through the plaza before a towering bank headquarters. It resembled a massive scorpion, but with elements of what Ben recognized as conductoid DNA, feedback species, integrated into its structure. Electrical currents visibly surged along antenna-like appendages extending from its armored carapace. That's new, Ben observed, setting Mirko down as they took cover behind a toppled concrete planter. The hybridization is more sophisticated than before. And more destructive, Mirko added, watching as the creature absorbed electricity from power lines, growing visibly larger with each surge of energy. It's feeding off the city's power grid. Ben analyzed the situation with practiced efficiency. I need to cut off its energy supply and neutralize those electrical discharges. You evacuate civilians and contain the perimeter. On it, Mirko confirmed, already mapping her approach through the chaos. Be careful with those pincers, they look like they could cut through steel. Noted, Ben replied, tapping the Omnitrix symbol on his chest to initiate another transformation. Emerald light engulfed him, restructuring his DNA into a crystalline being with a body composed of silicon life forms that refracted light in prismatic patterns. The Omnitrix symbol gleamed at the center of his chest, surrounded by more complex geometric formations than had been present in the standard form. Ultimate Chromastone, he announced, his voice resonating with harmonic overtones. Perfect for energy absorption. While Mirko launched into action, coordinating civilian evacuation with local police who had established a perimeter, Ben approached the hybrid creature directly. Its multiple eyes swiveled toward him, electrical energy crackling between its pincers as it recognized a new threat. "That's right, focus on me," Ben called, his crystalline body glowing with stored power. "Let's see who's better at energy manipulation." The creature responded with a massive electrical discharge, powerful enough to have vaporized an ordinary opponent. Instead of avoiding the attack, Ultimate Chromastone absorbed it completely, his crystalline structure pulsing with captured energy. "Thanks for the power-up," Ben said, converting the electrical energy into a concentrated blast of his own, a beam of multicolored light that struck the hybrid with pinpoint accuracy. The creature staggered but didn't fall, its armored carapace proving more resilient than expected. It retaliated with its massive pincers, moving with surprising speed for something so large. Ben dodged the first strike but caught the second across his crystalline shoulder, the impact sending fractures through his form. "Tougher than it looks," he muttered, regenerating the damaged area quickly. The ultimate form's enhanced regenerative capabilities were proving invaluable. Across the plaza, Mirko had successfully cleared civilians from the immediate danger zone and now rejoined the battle. She assessed the situation in an instant, identifying vulnerabilities in the hybrid structure that Ben's energy attacks hadn't yet targeted. The junction points between the exoskeleton plates, she called out, her enhanced legs carrying her in a series of bounds that positioned her above the creature. "Hit them when they separate." Ben immediately understood her strategy. Creating an opening. He generated another energy blast, this one specifically calibrated to force the creature to rear up defensively. As it did, the armored plates on its underside separated slightly, exactly as Mirko had anticipated. Her diving kick struck precisely at the exposed junction, the impact resonating through the hybrid's entire body. The creature emitted a high-pitched screech, electrical energy discharging wildly. Ben absorbed what he could, protecting Mirko and the surroundings from the worst of the electrical backlash. The hybrid, momentarily stunned by their coordinated attack, retreated several meters, its movements becoming more erratic. "It's adapting to our strategy," Mirko observed, landing beside Ben in a combat-ready stance. "We need to end this quickly." Ben nodded, analyzing the situation. "I have an idea, but I'll need you to create another opening, a bigger one this time." She understood immediately, their weeks of partnership having honed their communication to near telepathic levels. "How big and where?" "Center mass, large enough for a focused blast," Ben replied, channeling energy into his crystalline core. "I'll need 3 seconds of clear shot." Mirko's eyes gleamed with determination. "You'll get 5. She launched into motion, implementing a strategy they developed during previous encounters with hybrid creatures. Using her incredible agility, she became a blur of movement around the hybrid, striking from multiple angles in such rapid succession that it couldn't effectively track her. Each blow was precisely calibrated, not to cause maximum damage, but to manipulate the creature's defensive responses. Ben watched, energy building within his ultimate chromastone form, waiting for the perfect moment. Mirko's movements weren't random, they were a carefully choreographed sequence designed to force a specific reaction. "Now," she shouted, delivering a devastating double kick to the exact spot they'd identified. The hybrid reared back, plates separating to redistribute its mass for a counterattack, exposing its vulnerable core for precisely the window they needed. Ben released the accumulated energy in a concentrated beam that struck the exposed area with surgical precision. The blast penetrated the creature's defenses, disrupting the unstable fusion of dimensional energies at its core. The hybrid convulsed, electrical discharges flickering and dying as its internal systems failed. With a final, feeble attempt to rise, the creature collapsed, its massive form shuddering once before lying still. "Is it?" Mirko approached cautiously, ready to renew the attack if necessary. Ben scanned the fallen hybrid with ultimate chromostone's energy perception. Neutralized. Its core energy signature has collapsed. Unlike previous hybrid encounters, this creature didn't immediately dissolve into base components. Instead, it remained intact, a concerning development that suggested Animo had perfected the stabilization process they disrupted a month ago. Police containment units are on the way, Mirko reported, checking her communication device. Along with specialized forensics teams. Ben reverted to human form, the Omnitrix timing out after the energy expenditure. We need to analyze this one thoroughly before it deteriorates. There's something different about the integration pattern. Mirko nodded in agreement, her professional assessment matching his own. The structural stability, the energy manipulation capabilities, this is a significant evolution from what we faced before. As containment teams arrived and established a secure perimeter around the fallen hybrid, Ben and Mirko provided their preliminary observations to Detective Tsukachi, who had been assigned as permanent liaison for all dimensional-related incidents. We'll transport it to a specialized containment facility for full analysis, the detective assured them, supervising as technicians in hazmat suits prepared the creature for transport. Initial readings confirm your assessment. This specimen shows significantly advanced integration of interdimensional genetic material. Animo's been busy since his escape, Ben noted grimly. And he's had help. The organization backing him has gone dark since the raid, Tsukachi confirmed. Our intelligence networks have detected unusual movements in the underground quirk enhancement market, but nothing concrete enough to track. Mirko's ears flattened slightly, a sign of frustration Ben had learned to recognize. They're planning something bigger. These random attacks feel like field tests rather than their actual objective. Agreed, Tsukachi said. The Commission has established a specialized task force dedicated to tracking dimensional energy signatures across the country. If Animo activates any significant technology, we'll detect it. As cleanup operations continued around them, Ben found his attention drawn to the Omnitrix. The device had begun pulsing with an unusual pattern, not the standard recharge cycle or transformation availability indicator, but something new. What is it? Mirko asked, noticing his focus. I'm not sure, he replied, studying the device. The Omnitrix is detecting something familiar. An energy signature similar to. Before he could complete his thought, the device projected a small holographic display above its faceplate. Coordinates appeared, along with a waveform pattern that Ben immediately recognized. It's tracking a dimensional rift, he realized, a mixture of excitement and concern rising within him. Similar to what brought me here, but smaller, more controlled. Tsukachi immediately grasped the implications. Animo's created another dimensional technology. No, Ben said, studying the data more carefully. This signature is different. It's not Animo's crude approach, this is precise, methodical. His eyes widened with sudden understanding. It's azimuth. He's establishing a connection point. The name hung in the air between them, its significance unmistakable. Mirko's expression remained carefully neutral, but Ben caught the subtle shift in her posture, a nearly imperceptible stiffening of her shoulders, a slight adjustment in the angle of her ears. The return portal, she asked, her voice professionally detached. Possibly a preliminary phase, Ben replied, trying to interpret the Omnitrix's data. The coordinates indicate it's manifesting at the park where I first arrived. Tsukachi immediately began coordinating resources. I'll dispatch a security team to establish a perimeter. If this is legitimate contact from your dimension, we need to ensure it's properly contained and monitored. Ben nodded, grateful for the detective's efficiency. We should head there immediately. If it is azimuth making contact, the window might be limited. I'll secure transport, Mirko said, already moving toward where emergency vehicles had gathered. Her businesslike tone betrayed nothing of whatever emotions might be stirring beneath her professional exterior. As they prepared to depart, Ben found himself watching her, the determined set of her shoulders, the focused precision of her movements, the subtle tells that only someone who had worked closely with her would recognize. In just a month, she had become more than a partner or mentor in this strange world. She had become. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the immediate situation. The Omnitrix continued to pulse, tracking the dimensional signature that might represent his first real opportunity to communicate with his home dimension since arriving. The question that he'd been avoiding for weeks now demanded attention: if this was indeed a way home, what would he choose? The park where Ben had first emerged into this dimension had been cordoned off by the time they arrived. Police maintained a perimeter while specialized equipment monitored the area where the Omnitrix indicated the dimensional signature was strongest. No visible manifestation yet, Tsukachi reported, meeting them at the security checkpoint. But energy readings are increasing steadily. Whatever it is, it's building towards something. Ben checked the Omnitrix, which continued to pulse with that distinctive pattern. It's definitely Azimuth's technology. I recognize the dimensional frequency, it's calibrated specifically to interface with the Omnitrix. Is it dangerous? One of the technicians asked, eyeing the monitoring equipment nervously. Not if it's what I think it is, Ben assured them. Azimuth's dimensional technology is precision engineered. Nothing like the crude approach Onimo uses. They proceeded to the center of the park, the small crater where Ben had first arrived, now grown over with grass but still visibly indented in the earth. The Omnitrix pulsed more rapidly as they approached, its glow intensifying. Something's happening, Mirko observed, her enhanced senses detecting subtle changes in the air around them. The air above the crater began to shimmer, reality itself seeming to fold inward at a single point. Unlike the violent, chaotic portal that had brought Ben to this dimension, this distortion appeared controlled, deliberate in its formation. Everyone stand back, Ben instructed, approaching the phenomenon alone. The Omnitrix is resonating with it. This is definitely Azimuth's work. The distortion expanded to approximately 1 meter in diameter, stabilizing into what appeared to be a window rather than a full portal. Through it, the blurred image of a laboratory became visible, and at its center, the diminutive form of Azimuth himself, working at controls with his characteristic focus. Azimuth! Ben called out, raising the Omnitrix toward the dimensional window. The Galvan inventor looked up, his large eyes narrowing as he adjusted something on his end of the connection. The image clarified, the audio cutting through with the familiar acerbic tone that Ben had come to associate with the creator of the Omnitrix. Finally established a stable connection, Azimuth noted without preamble. The dimensional coordinates were more complex than anticipated. Your transit created several harmonic disruptions in the multiverse boundary. Good to see you too, Ben replied with a slight smile. Despite the inventor's perpetually grumpy demeanor, the familiar presence brought an unexpected wave of nostalgia. Azimuth surveyed what he could see of Ben's surroundings through the dimensional window. You appear to have integrated into your current location without catastrophic consequences. The Omnitrix's readings indicate continued adaptation to the local dimensional parameters. It's been educational, Ben acknowledged. The ultimate recalibration has proven particularly useful. This caught Azimuth's full attention. You've been utilizing the evolutionary function extensively. Interesting. The data transmission protocols have been sending me usage analytics when dimensional alignment permits. He manipulated controls on his end, bringing up holographic displays that Ben couldn't fully see. The integration patterns suggest unprecedented synergy with this particular dimensional variant. Mirko approached cautiously, staying just behind Ben but clearly visible to the dimensional window. Azimuth's gaze shifted to her, his expression registering scientific curiosity. A native of your current dimension, I presume, he asked. The Lapine evolutionary adaptations are fascinating, a naturally occurring genetic divergence rather than externally induced mutation. Mirko, Ben introduced. Pro-hero and my partner here. She's been helping me navigate this world's hero system. Pro-hero, Azimuth repeated, the term clearly intriguing him. Your dimension has institutionalized heroism as a profession. Unusual but not unprecedented in multiversal variants. It's working surprisingly well, Ben replied. Different from our system, but effective in its own way. The Galvan nodded distractedly, already turning back to his instruments. The purpose of this connection is twofold. First, to confirm your continued survival and the Omnitrix's operational status. Second, to inform you of my progress on the return portal technology. Ben felt a subtle tension in the air, not from Asmatha's side of the connection, but from where Mirko stood beside him. Her posture remained perfectly professional, but he had learned to read the minute adjustments in her ears, the subtle shift in her breathing pattern. "What's the status?" Ben asked, keeping his tone neutral. Asmath manipulated several controls before responding. "The dimensional coordinates have been fully mapped. The energy requirements have been calculated. The technical specifications for a stable bidirectional portal are complete." He looked up, meeting Ben's eyes directly. "I can establish a return portal in exactly 3 weeks. A one-time transit window that will allow your return to our dimension." 3 weeks. The timeline hung in the air, suddenly transforming what had been a theoretical future consideration into an immediate reality requiring decision. "That's sooner than expected," Ben responded, carefully measuring his words. Asmath raised an eyebrow, clearly noting the ambivalence in Ben's tone. "You sound less enthusiastic than anticipated. Has your experience in this dimension been particularly compelling?" Ben glanced briefly at Mirko before responding. "It's been different. In good ways, mostly. The hero work here is challenging but rewarding." "I see." Asmatha's perceptive gaze shifted between Ben and Mirko, missing nothing despite the dimensional barrier between them. "The portal will manifest at these exact coordinates in 21 days. It will remain stable for approximately 17 minutes, sufficient time for transit but not so long as to risk dimensional bleed." "And if I decided not to use it?" Ben asked, the question emerging before he had fully processed its implications. Silence fell as Asmath studied him with those ancient, knowing eyes. "The Omnitrix would remain fully functional in your current dimension. Its evolutionary recalibration has optimized performance for the local dimensional parameters." He paused, then added with uncharacteristic gentleness, "The choice, Ben Tennyson, has always been yours. I merely provide the options." Before Ben could respond, alarms suddenly blared from monitoring equipment surrounding the dimensional window. Tsukachi rushed forward, checking readings on a tablet. "Multiple dimensional energy signatures activating across the city," the detective reported urgently. 7 distinct locations, all showing the same pattern as Onimo's technology. "He's making his move," Mirko realized immediately. "Using our distraction with this dimensional contact." Asmath, overhearing this, focused sharply. "Your Dr. Onimo has continued his dimensional experiments?" "With help from a local villain organization," Ben confirmed grimly. "They've been creating hybrid creatures using DNA from both dimensions." The Galvan inventor's expression darkened with concern. Dimensional hybridization at that scale could have catastrophic consequences for both realities. "The membrane between dimensions is already strained from your transition." The dimensional window flickered briefly, energy fluctuations disrupting the connection. "Our communication time is limited," Asmath noted. "The window will collapse shortly. Remember, 21 days, this location." "I understand," Ben replied, the weight of the impending choice settling over him. "And Ben," Asmath added, his tone carrying rare emotion, "whatever you decide. The Omnitrix chose wisely when it found you." With those uncharacteristically sentimental words, the dimensional window collapsed, reality sealing itself once more as though nothing had ever disrupted it. The park fell silent save for the continued alarms from the monitoring equipment. Tsukachi approached, his expression grave. "We've got major hybrid creature emergencies at 7 locations. All appearing simultaneously, all significantly larger than anything we've encountered before. Coordinated attack," Mirko concluded, instantly shifting to tactical assessment. "They're testing our response capabilities, forcing us to divide resources." Ben checked the Omnitrix, fully recharged and ready. Or they're creating a distraction from their real objective. Either way, we need to respond, Tsukachi said. The Commission is activating all available pro-heroes, but we're spread thin with the current villain uptick. Mirko's communication device displayed a tactical map of the city, highlighting the 7 emergence points. They're arranged in a specific pattern, she noted, studying the distribution. Forming a perimeter around, here. She indicated the center of the pattern. The Hero Commission headquarters, Tsukachi realized. That's their target. Ben's mind raced, connecting pieces of information they'd gathered over the past month. The Commission's research division maintains secure files on all registered quirks in the country. A genetic database, Mirko confirmed, understanding dawning. Exactly what Animo would need for his next phase of hybridization research. We need to split up, Ben decided, studying the tactical display. Neutralize the hybrid threats while protecting the Commission headquarters. Tsukachi was already coordinating with Central Dispatch. Available heroes are being assigned to the emergence points. Hawks, Endeavor, and Ryukyu are responding to the 3 largest signatures. That leaves 4, plus the Commission headquarters, Mirko calculated. Even with both of us, we can't cover all 5 points. Ben considered their options, then made a decision. I can handle multiple locations with the right transformation sequence. You take point at the Commission headquarters, you know the layout better than anyone. Mirko hesitated, clearly torn between tactical efficiency and partnership loyalty. The hybrid creatures have been getting progressively more dangerous. Facing them alone is high risk. I've been doing this hero thing since I was 10, Ben reminded her with a confident smile. Besides, I've got a few ultimate forms I haven't even tested yet. Their eyes met, a moment of unspoken communication that had become natural over their weeks together. Concern, trust, determination passing between them without words. Fine, she conceded. But you maintain constant communication, and if you encounter something beyond your capabilities, you call for backup immediately. Yes, ma'am, Ben replied with a mock salute that earned him a familiar eye roll. Tsukachi provided them both with specialized communication devices linked directly to the central coordination system. These will keep you connected to the response network. All incoming data will be shared in real time. As emergency response teams continued securing the park, Ben and Mirko moved to the perimeter, preparing to deploy to their respective assignments. Before separating, Mirko turned to Ben, her expression serious. About what Azimuth said, the portal in 3 weeks, not the time, Ben interjected gently. We focus on the mission first. She nodded, professional discipline reasserting itself. Be careful out there, Tennyson. You too, he replied. Then, activating the Omnitrix, he added, see you when we save the world. Again. A flash of green light engulfed him as he transformed into Ultimate Astrodactyl, energy wings extending as he prepared to take flight. Mirko watched him soar skyward before launching herself in the opposite direction, powerful legs carrying her toward the Commission headquarters with incredible speed. Neither spoke the thoughts weighing on their minds, that beyond the immediate crisis lay a decision that would shape both their futures, a countdown now ticking with merciless precision toward a moment of choice. The first hybrid emergence site resembled a war zone. A creature combining elements of a massive cephalopod with what Ben recognized as methanosian DNA, swampfire species, had laid waste to a commercial district. Tentacles wreathed in flames lashed out at rescue workers attempting to evacuate civilians from crumbling buildings. Ben arrived as Ultimate Jet Ray, the manta ray-like alien's ultimate form granting him unprecedented speed and maneuverability in the air. He assessed the situation quickly, identifying civilians trapped by fires and structural damage as the primary concern. This is Omni at Site 3, he reported into his communication device. Beginning engagement with priority on civilian evacuation. Without waiting for acknowledgement, he dived into action, using Ultimate Jetray's enhanced neuroshock blasts to sever several flaming tentacles that threatened a group of schoolchildren trapped behind a collapsed storefront. The precision of the attack, impossible with the standard Jet Ray form, allowed him to neutralize the threat without causing further structural damage. Eastern exit clear, he called to emergency responders, who immediately moved to extract the children. The hybrid creature roared in pain and rage, redirecting its attention to this new threat. It launched a barrage of flaming projectiles, seed pods from its methanosian DNA that exploded on impact, spreading intensified flames. Ben dodged with ultimate Jetray's incredible speed, calculating his next move. The creature's size made direct confrontation challenging, but its hybrid nature suggested potential weaknesses at the junction points between different genetic structures. Tapping the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, he initiated another transformation. Green light engulfed him, restructuring his DNA into a massive, dinosaur-like being with natural armor plating and tremendous strength. The Omnitrix symbol gleamed at the center of his chest, surrounded by enhanced exoskeletal formations. Ultimate Humongosaur, he announced, landing with an impact that cracked the pavement beneath him. This evolved form stood even taller than the standard version, with natural bioorganic armor that included offensive capabilities the original lacked. Proportionally more balanced than the top-heavy base form, Ultimate Humongosaur moved with surprising grace for something so massive. The hybrid creature hesitated momentarily, sensing a more formidable opponent. It retracted its extended tentacles, gathering them beneath its central mass in a defensive configuration while the flames surrounding it intensified. Fire and regeneration, Ben noted, analyzing his opponent. Need to neutralize both simultaneously. He charged forward, his enhanced durability allowing him to push through the barrier of flames. The creature responded with a whip-like strike from multiple tentacles, but Ben had anticipated this. His hands transformed into specialized bioorganic weapons, an evolutionary adaptation unique to this ultimate form, and he fired a barrage of concentrated bone fragments with explosive force. The projectile struck with surgical precision, targeting the junction points where cephalopod physiology merged with plant-based methanosian tissue. The hybrid shrieked, its coordinated attack faltering as conflicting genetic instructions disrupted its nervous system. Ben pressed the advantage, closing the distance and grappling with the creature directly. Its remaining tentacles wrapped around him, attempting to crush or immobilize, but Ultimate Humongosaur's strength proved superior. With a tremendous effort, he lifted the entire creature bodily and slammed it into an empty section of street, the impact stunning it momentarily. Containment team, move in now, he called to the specialized unit standing by. It's neutralized but not down permanently. Professional hero support teams rushed forward with containment equipment specifically designed for biological threats. They deployed a series of devices that generated a specialized suppression field, preventing the creature from regenerating or producing more flames as they secured it with reinforced restraints. Site 3 contained, Ben reported, maintaining his ultimate form as a precaution while the containment procedures completed. Moving to Site 5 now. The communication device crackled with multiple transmissions, reports from other heroes engaged at different locations, tactical updates, casualty assessments. Through it all, he listened for Mirko's voice, relief washing through him when her brief, efficient status report came through. Commission HQ perimeter secured. No direct engagement yet, but energy readings suggest something approaching from below. Basement levels being evacuated now. Ben launched himself skyward, transforming into Ultimate Astrodactyl once more for rapid transit to the next emergency site. As he flew, the tactical display built into his communication device updated with real-time information. Sites 1 and 2 were being handled by Endeavor and Hawks respectively. Site 4 showed Ryukyu engaged with what appeared to be the largest hybrid yet. Site 5, his next target, displayed increasing energy readings but no creature had yet emerged. The location corresponded to an industrial area near the harbor, warehouses and shipping facilities with minimal civilian presence, at least. He arrived to find police establishing a perimeter around an abandoned warehouse where dimensional energy readings spiked off conventional measurement scales. The structure itself seemed to pulse with an unnatural light, the air around it distorting as though reality itself was being warped. "What's the situation?" Ben asked the officer in charge, reverting to human form to conserve the Omnitrix's energy for what lay ahead. Energy buildup started 15 minutes ago, the officer reported. Nothing's emerged yet, but the readings keep climbing. We've evacuated all civilians within a half-kilometer radius. Ben studied the warehouse, the Omnitrix on his wrist pulsing in response to the dimensional energy emanating from within. This is different from the other sites. The signature is more like a power source than a creature emergence point. He activated his communication device. Tsukachi, Site 5 doesn't match the pattern. I think it might be. Before he could complete his assessment, the warehouse erupted in a blinding flash of green and purple energy. The structure itself disintegrated, revealing what lay beneath, an immense machine, its architecture a disturbing fusion of technology from both dimensions. At its center, a swirling vortex of energy expanded outward, stabilizing into what was unmistakably a dimensional portal. It's a gateway, Ben realized with growing horror. They've built their own dimensional portal. As if confirming his worst fears, silhouettes began to emerge from the swirling vortex, hybrid creatures far more numerous and varied than any they'd previously encountered. Dozens, then hundreds poured through, each one a unique combination of alien DNA and quirk-enhanced physiology. All units, fall back. Ben ordered, activating the Omnitrix. Establish a secondary perimeter and request immediate backup. He transformed in a flash of green light, becoming a massive, insectoid alien with 4 arms, a tail-like appendage, and bulbous green eyes. Unlike the standard 4 arms, this ultimate version had a more streamlined exoskeleton, additional sensory organs, and specialized adaptations visible across its enhanced physiology. Ultimate 4 arms, he announced, the evolved Tetraman form radiating raw power and tactical intelligence beyond the base version's capabilities. The first wave of hybrid creatures charged forward, a nightmarish menagerie of impossible biological combinations. Ben met them head-on, his 4 enhanced limbs delivering devastating strikes with precision that belied their enormous strength. Each blow targeted specific vulnerabilities in the unstable hybrid physiologies, maximizing damage while minimizing effort. Site 5 situation critical, he reported between strikes. Dimensional portal active, hybrid army emerging. Need immediate reinforcement. The communication network erupted with responses, resources being redirected, heroes disengaging from contained sites to converge on this new threat. But Ben knew they wouldn't arrive in time to prevent the hybrid army from breaking through the perimeter and spreading across the city. Fighting with everything his ultimate form could muster, he created a bottleneck at the portal's emergence point, preventing the creatures from dispersing. For every hybrid he neutralized, 2 more emerged from the swirling vortex. The sheer numbers would eventually overwhelm even his enhanced capabilities. Tennyson. Mirko's voice cut through the communications chatter. Report status. Holding for now, he replied, grunting as a particularly massive hybrid with characteristics of a Vaxasaurian and what appeared to be a mutation-type quirk slammed into him. But not indefinitely. There are hundreds coming through. The Commission HQ was a distraction, she realized. The real target was always establishing this portal. Ben threw the massive hybrid into a cluster of smaller ones, buying himself seconds to communicate. Where's Onimo? He has to be controlling this somehow. Unknown, came Tsukachi's voice. No signature matching his previous patterns at any of the 7 original sites. A terrible suspicion formed in Ben's mind. What about the park? Where the dimensional window appeared? The silence that followed confirmed his fears before Tsukachi's grim response came through. Energy signature just appeared there. Massive spike, similar to what preceded the portal activation at your location. It's a trap, Ben realized with cold clarity. They used our communication with Azimuth to identify the precise dimensional coordinates. Onimo's at the park, opening another portal. All available heroes redirect to the park location immediately. Tsukachi ordered through the network. I can't disengage here, Ben responded, continuing to battle the endless stream of hybrids. If this containment breaks, they'll overrun the city before reinforcements arrive. I'm closest, Mirko's voice came through, determination evident despite the static. Moving to intercept Animo now. Mirko, wait. Ben called, concern overwhelming his tactical focus momentarily. These aren't normal hybrids anymore. If he's opening another portal, I can handle it, Tennyson, she cut him off with characteristic confidence. Focus on your position. Trust me to handle mine. The communication channel filled with tactical chatter as resources realigned to address the dual crisis points. Ben redoubled his efforts at the harbor portal, knowing that every second he maintained the bottleneck was another second bought for reinforcements to arrive. But beneath his focused exterior, worry gnawed at him. Mirko was formidable, the most impressive hero he'd encountered in this dimension, but Animo had been studying her fighting style for weeks. If the scientist had designed a trap specifically for her. Ben shook off the concern, channeling it into his battle efficiency. They were partners. They trusted each other's capabilities. She would handle Animo, and he would contain this portal until help arrived. That was the plan. He just hoped they'd both be around afterward to discuss the other matter hanging between them, the portal scheduled to appear in exactly 21 days, and the choice it represented. Mirko arrived at the park to find chaos erupting across the once peaceful green space. Where Ben had spoken with Azimuth hours earlier, a new dimensional distortion had formed, larger, more unstable, crackling with discordant energy that scorched the grass in expanding patterns around its perimeter. Police and emergency responders struggled to maintain the evacuation zone as the dimensional energy pulsed in increasingly violent waves. At the center of it all stood Animo, his mutated form even further evolved since their last encounter. The antennae protruding from his forehead had grown longer, more complex, and his skin had taken on a chitinous quality that suggested insectoid DNA integration into his own physiology. Ah, the rabbit hero arrives, he called out upon spotting her. Right on schedule. Mirko assessed the situation with professional efficiency, noting the equipment surrounding Animo, a more refined version of the dimensional technology they destroyed at the subway facility. Unlike the harbor portal Ben was containing, this one hadn't fully stabilized yet, existing in a pre-activation state that continued to build power. Whatever you're planning, it ends now, she stated, dropping into a combat stance. Animo's altered features formed a disturbing approximation of a smile. On the contrary, my dear. It's just beginning. He gestured to the swirling dimensional distortion. Do you know what this is? Not merely a portal, a dimensional merger point. Mirko moved forward cautiously, calculating angles of approach while keeping Animo talking. Merger point? Yes. The scientist's eyes gleamed with manic enthusiasm. The harbor portal is unidirectional, bringing my army through from the staging dimension. But this. He caressed the controls lovingly. This will create a permanent fusion between dimensions. A new reality where the barriers between worlds dissolve completely. The implication struck Mirko immediately. You're trying to merge our dimensions permanently. That would cause catastrophic damage to both worlds. Transformation, not destruction, Animo corrected. Evolution on a cosmic scale. Imagine it, a world where quirks and alien DNA exist in harmony, where the strongest elements of each dimension combine to create something superior. And let me guess, Mirko replied dryly, continuing her careful approach. You'd be in charge of this brave new world. Animo's expression darkened. I would guide it. As the only one who truly understands both evolutionary paradigms, it is my responsibility to shepherd this new reality into existence. Mirko had heard enough. With explosive force, she launched herself forward, covering the distance between them in a heartbeat. Her powerful leg extended in a devastating kick aimed directly at Animo's control console. But the scientist didn't flinch or attempt to dodge. Instead, he pressed a single button on his modified control apparatus. The ground beneath Mirko suddenly liquefied, morphing into a quicksand-like substance that caught her mid-leap. Before she could adjust her trajectory, the material hardened again, trapping her legs in a substance with the consistency of concrete. "Predictable," Onimo commented with satisfaction. "Your opening move is always direct, always aggressive. A strength in most scenarios, but a weakness when facing an opponent who has studied you extensively." Mirko strained against the material encasing her lower body, her enhanced strength causing hairline fractures to appear in its surface. "You think this will hold me?" "Not for long," Onimo acknowledged. "But long enough." He activated another control, and the dimensional distortion expanded suddenly, energy arcing outward in controlled patterns. From within its swirling depths, a massive form began to emerge, a hybrid creature unlike any Mirko had encountered before. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, its body a nightmarish fusion of multiple species. The base structure resembled a massive rabbit, but grotesquely modified with elements Mirko recognized from Ben's transformations, the crystalline structures of Diamondhead, the flame generation capabilities of Heat Blast, the technological integration of Upgrade. Most disturbing of all, its face bore a twisted resemblance to her own, its red eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. "Meet my masterpiece," Onimo declared proudly. "Designed specifically to counter you, using your own DNA as a template and enhanced with the most combat-effective alien genetic sequences from Tennyson's transformation database." The anti-Mirko hybrid stepped fully through the portal, the ground shaking beneath its massive paws. It regarded her with unnerving recognition, as though some twisted fragment of her consciousness existed within its hybrid mind. "I call it Chimera Prime," Onimo continued. "The first of a new generation of hybrids that don't merely combine abilities, but synthesize them into entirely new functions." Mirko redoubled her efforts against her restraints, the material finally beginning to crack significantly. "You think copying my appearance will give you an advantage? I've fought uglier things than this before breakfast. But none specifically engineered to counter every aspect of your fighting style," Onimo replied with disturbing confidence. "Every strength you possess, Chimera Prime can neutralize. Every technique you've developed, it can counter." As if to demonstrate, the creature suddenly launched forward with speed that belied its massive size, a perfect mimicry of Mirko's signature opening move, but enhanced with crystalline armor that formed mid-leap to increase its striking power. Mirko finally broke free of her restraints just in time to dodge the initial attack, the creature's massive paw shattering the ground where she had been trapped seconds before. She rolled and sprang upward, adjusting her strategy instantaneously. If this thing was designed to counter her standard techniques, she would need to improvise. "Impressive reflexes," Onimo noted, retreating to the safety of his equipment as the battle erupted. "But Chimera Prime learns with every exchange. Each attack you reveal gives it more data to anticipate your next move." Mirko ignored his taunting, focusing entirely on the hybrid monstrosity. It moved like her, the same explosive acceleration, the same combat rhythm, but with the additional capabilities granted by its alien DNA components. When she landed a powerful kick to its flank, crystalline armor formed instantly at the impact point. When she attempted to use her superior agility to gain height advantage, it generated heat updrafts that disrupted her trajectory. "You see the futility?" Onimo called as she was forced into an increasingly defensive position. "While you battle my creation, the dimensional merger continues to build. In approximately 7 minutes, the process becomes irreversible." Mirko glanced briefly at the dimensional distortion, which had expanded significantly during their battle. The energy patterns had stabilized into a systematic configuration, the chaotic fluctuations resolving into a controlled sequence that suggested Onimo's claims about a permanent merger were horrifyingly plausible. She needed to end this quickly, neutralize the hybrid and destroy Onimo's equipment before the merger point reached critical stability. But the creature anticipated her every standard move, countering with disturbing precision. Time for something unstandard, then. Mirko had built her hero career on a straightforward, aggressive fighting style that maximized her quirk's natural advantages. But before becoming a pro hero, she had trained in multiple combat disciplines, some of which she rarely employed because they didn't align with her public fighting persona. Now, Facing an opponent specifically designed to counter her standard approach, she reached back to those alternative techniques. The hybrid charged again, expecting her to dodge laterally as she had in previous exchanges. Instead, Mirko dropped flat to the ground, using a sweeping technique from capoeira that she hadn't employed in active combat for years. The unexpected movement caught the creature off guard, its momentum carrying it over her as she rolled beneath its mass. From this position, she launched upward with a strike targeting not the creature's body but Onimo's control apparatus. The scientist recoiled in surprise, not having anticipated becoming a direct target himself. "Clever girl," he snarled, activating a defensive protocol that redirected Chimera Prime to intercept. But not clever enough. The hybrid responded with frightening speed, interposing itself between Mirko and Onimo. It generated a crystalline barrier that her kick shattered on impact, the force reverberating through her leg painfully. Before she could recover, it countered with a combination attack, a sweeping strike that forced her to jump, followed by a heat blast that caught her midair. The impact sent her crashing through several trees before she managed to arrest her momentum. Pain blossomed across her side where the heat had seared through her costume, but she forced it aside, years of professional hero work having conditioned her to compartmentalize physical discomfort during active combat. For minutes until dimensional merger achieves permanent stability, Onimo announced, monitoring his equipment with growing excitement. Soon, the barriers between worlds will dissolve permanently. Mirko assessed her options. Direct confrontation with the hybrid wasn't working, it countered her every move with increasingly effective combinations. Attacking Onimo directly merely redirected the creature to defend him. The dimensional equipment was heavily shielded and positioned directly behind both threats. She needed help, but Ben was containing the harbor portal, and other heroes were still minutes away at best. Then, an unexpected sound caught her sensitive ears, a distinctive beeping pattern that she recognized instantly. Her communication device, damaged in the battle but still partially functional, was receiving an emergency broadcast on the priority channel. "Repeat, all points catastrophic overload imminent," came Tsukachi's voice through the static. "Harbor portal destabilizing. Energy signature suggests imminent collapse. All personnel maintain maximum safe distance." The implications hit Mirko instantly. The harbor portal was failing, either through Ben's actions or some flaw in Onimo's design. And if dimensional theory held consistent, a collapse at one point would affect all related dimensional breaches. Including this one. A plan formed in her mind, desperate, dangerous, but potentially effective. If the harbor portal was collapsing, the energy backwash would eventually reach this location. If she could delay Onimo just long enough for that cascade effect to begin. "What's wrong, Rabbit Hero?" Onimo called, noting her momentary stillness. "Accepting the inevitability of progress?" Mirko's lips curved in a fierce smile. "Just changing tactics." She tapped her damaged communication device, opening a channel directly to Ben. "Tennyson, status on the harbor portal." His reply came through broken but understandable: containment, failing. Energy, cascading. Evacuating, personnel. "Don't stabilize it," she instructed, a plan solidifying. "Let it collapse. I need the energy backwash here." "Dangerous," came his fragmented response. "Dimensional, cascade could." "Trust me," she interrupted. 2 minutes. "Give me 2 minutes, then let it go." Onimo, observing her communication, frowned with sudden suspicion. "What are you planning?" "It makes no difference. Once this merger point stabilizes, no conventional force can reverse the process." "Conventional force, no," Mirko agreed, dropping into a ready stance once more. "But a dimensional cascade effect. That might do the trick." Understanding dawned in the scientist's mutated features. "The harbor portal, it's destabilizing." He turned frantically to his equipment, fingers flying over controls. "I need to accelerate the merger sequence before the cascade reaches us." Chimera Prime sensed its creator's urgency and moved to create a defensive perimeter, anticipating Mirko's attempt to interfere with the acceleration process. The hybrid's body began to glow with energy as it drew power directly from the dimensional distortion, further enhancing its capabilities. Mirko knew she couldn't defeat the creature conventionally, especially now that it had powered up. But she didn't need to defeat it, she just needed to keep both it and Animo occupied for approximately 90 seconds, long enough for the dimensional cascade from the harbor to reach them. Time to put on a show. She launched into motion, but instead of attacking either Animo or the hybrid directly, she began a complex series of maneuvers around the perimeter of the dimensional equipment. Her movements were deliberately flashy, unpredictable, designed to force both opponents to divide their attention. "What are you doing?" Animo demanded, increasingly frantic as he worked to accelerate his equipment sequence. "Chimera Prime, stop her." The hybrid responded, but Mirko's erratic movement pattern made it difficult to predict her trajectory. It launched crystalline projectiles to cut off potential approaches, generated flame barriers to restrict her movement options, even attempted to use technological assimilation to control the ground beneath her feet. All the while, Mirko maintained constant motion, occasionally launching attacks that seemed aimed at vital equipment but were actually designed to keep the hybrid reacting rather than thinking. The seconds ticked by, each one bringing the dimensional cascade closer. 30 seconds to permanent stabilization. Animo announced, triumph edging into his voice. "Your delaying tactics have failed, hero." "Have they?" Mirko replied, allowing herself a confident smile despite the exhaustion beginning to weigh on her limbs. "Check your readings again, Doctor." Confusion crossed Animo's features as he glanced at his monitoring equipment. His expression shifted to horror as he registered what the instruments were detecting, a massive energy wave approaching through dimensional space, the cascade effect from the harbor portal's collapse already propagating toward their location. "No. It's too soon," he cried, frantically trying to establish containment protocols. "Chimera Prime, protect the merger equipment at all costs." The hybrid abandoned its pursuit of Mirko, rushing back to form a defensive position around the dimensional technology. It began absorbing energy directly from the distortion, its body glowing with power as it prepared to shield the equipment from the approaching cascade. This was exactly what Mirko had anticipated. With the hybrid focused entirely on defense, she had a clear shot at Animo himself, the controlling intelligence behind the entire operation. With every ounce of strength remaining in her powerful legs, she launched herself directly at the scientist. Animo saw her coming and reached for a defense mechanism, but he was milliseconds too slow. Mirko's foot connected with devastating precision, striking the control apparatus attached to his head. The impact shattered the device, severing Animo's direct connection to both his equipment and the hybrid creature. He staggered backward, disoriented by the sudden neural disconnection, as Chimera Prime faltered momentarily, its programming conflicted without the precise control input. "Now, Tennyson!" Mirko shouted into her communication device, hoping the transmission would reach through the growing dimensional interference. At the harbor, Ben received her signal through increasingly static-filled communications. He had managed to evacuate all personnel from the immediate vicinity of the destabilizing portal, maintaining just enough containment to prevent catastrophic failure until everyone was clear. Now, transformed into Ultimate Automix, he released his containment field in a controlled manner, directing the collapsing energy toward the specific dimensional frequency Mirko had indicated. HMNA. The ritualistic focus helped channel his power with precision as he guided rather than prevented the portal's collapse. The dimensional energy surged and twisted, folding in upon itself as the artificial connection between realities failed. Instead of expanding outward in a destructive wave, the energy inverted, creating a vacuum effect that began pulling the hybrid creatures back toward the portal like water down a drain. "Dimensional cascade initiated," he reported, watching as the hybrid army that had nearly overwhelmed him was inexorably drawn back into the collapsing portal. Energy wave propagating along established dimensional pathways. At the park, Mirko felt it before she saw it, a ripple in reality itself, spreading outward from the harbor and racing toward their location at impossible speed. The air shimmered, molecules vibrating as fundamental forces temporarily realigned. No! Onimo screamed, trying desperately to reactivate his equipment despite his damaged control apparatus. I was so close. The dimensional cascade reached them with the visual effect of a wave cresting over their location. The merger point that had been approaching stability suddenly fluctuated wildly, its carefully aligned energy patterns disrupted by the incoming cascade. Chimera Prime roared in confusion and pain as the dimensional energies it had absorbed became unstable within its hybrid form. It turned toward Onimo, as if seeking guidance or instruction, but the scientist could only watch in horror as his creation began to dissolve, constituent genetic material separating as the dimensional forces binding them failed. My research! Onimo cried, lunging for his equipment in a last desperate attempt to salvage something. My evolutionary breakthrough. The cascade intensified, the merger point collapsing inward just as the harbor portal had done. Onimo's equipment sparked and smoked as systems overloaded, the dimensional energy they had been channeling now reversed into a destructive feedback loop. Mirko realized the danger immediately. When the merger point fully collapsed, the energy release could be devastating. She needed to get Onimo clear before, too late. With a sound like reality itself tearing, the dimensional distortion imploded. A shockwave of energy erupted outward, throwing Mirko off her feet despite her attempt to brace for impact. She felt herself flying backward, unable to control her trajectory as consciousness began to fade at the edges. Her last thought before darkness claimed her was simple, direct, and surprisingly personal. Ben would be annoyed that she'd gotten herself injured after telling him to be careful. Ben arrived at the park mere minutes after the dimensional collapse, having transformed into Ultimate XLR-8 to cross the city the moment the harbor portal was fully neutralized. What he found was devastation, trees flattened in a circular pattern around a smoking crater where Onimo's equipment had been. Emergency responders were already on scene, establishing a perimeter and treating the injured. Ben reverted to human form, scanning the chaos for the one person he needed to find. Mirko, he called, pushing past responders toward the impact center. Has anyone seen Mirko? A medical technician intercepted him, recognition dawning in her eyes. Omni. This way, we've got her stabilized, but she's not regained consciousness yet. Ben followed, heart pounding with fear he couldn't fully suppress. The technician led him to a medical transport vehicle where Mirko lay on a stretcher, oxygen mask covering her face, monitors tracking her vital signs. Status, he demanded, the professional query barely masking his personal concern. Multiple contusions, possible concussion, minor burns along her right side, the technician reported efficiently. Vitals are strong and stable. She was found approximately 50 meters from the epicenter, which suggests she was already moving away when the collapse occurred. Ben nodded, relief washing through him as he registered that her injuries, while serious, weren't life-threatening. And Onimo? The technician's expression turned grim. Recovered from the center of the impact zone. Critical condition. Being transported to a specialized medical facility under heavy security. He was too close to the collapse, Ben realized. He tried to save his equipment. Most likely, the technician agreed. We found fragments of control technology embedded in his neural tissue. The dimensional energy did unusual things to his physiology. Before Ben could inquire further, Mirko's monitors showed a change in patterns. Her breathing rhythm shifted, and her eyes fluttered open, immediately focusing with characteristic intensity despite her injuries. Tennyson, she croaked, voice hoarse but unmistakably hers. Did we win? A smile spread across Ben's face. We won. Both portals collapsed, dimensional stability restored, hybrid army neutralized. All in a day's work. She attempted to sit up, wincing as pain reminded her of her injuries. Onimo. Survived, but in critical condition, Ben replied. Under guard and heading for a specialized containment medical facility. Mirko nodded, satisfied with the outcome despite the personal cost. Her ears, normally so expressive, drooped slightly with exhaustion and pain. The cascade effect worked. Brilliantly, Ben confirmed. Though next time, maybe give me more warning before having me collapse dimensional portals across the city. A shadow of her usual smirk appeared. Where's the fun in that? The medical technician intervened, gently but firmly. She needs to be transported to the hospital now. Full assessment, then at least 24 hours observation. I'm fine, Mirko protested automatically, attempting again to rise before pain forced her back down. You're going to the hospital, Ben stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Hero Commission orders, partnership protocols, and common sense all agree on this one. She glared at him, but there was no real heat in it. Fine. But you're buying dinner when I get out. Deal, he agreed immediately, relieved at her spirit despite her injuries. As the medical team prepared to transport her, Mirko's expression shifted to something more serious. The dimensional merger, it would have been catastrophic for both our worlds. Onimo was trying to permanently combine our dimensions. Ben nodded grimly. I figured as much when I saw the energy patterns. A forced evolutionary leap on a cosmic scale. He said it would have been irreversible once stabilized, she continued, wincing as the transport team secured her stretcher. If the harbor portal hadn't started collapsing when it did. But it did, Ben reminded her. Because we were there to stop it. Together. Their eyes met, conveying more than words could in that moment, partnership, trust, and something deeper that neither had fully acknowledged but both increasingly recognized. The moment was interrupted as the transport team began moving her toward the ambulance. Ben walked alongside until they reached the vehicle. I'll check in on you once cleanup is complete, he promised. Mirko's ears twitched slightly, that emotional processing tell he'd grown so familiar with. You'd better. We still have things to discuss. They both knew she wasn't referring to the mission debriefing or incident reports. The unspoken topic hung between them, Azmatha's portal, scheduled to appear in 20 days now, and the choice it represented. As the ambulance doors closed and the vehicle pulled away, Ben turned back to the devastation site, where Tsukachi was coordinating the investigation and containment efforts. The detective nodded in acknowledgement as Ben approached. How is she? Tsukachi asked, genuine concern in his voice. Tough as always, Ben replied with a slight smile. Already arguing about hospital protocols. The detective's expression relaxed somewhat. Good. We'll need her back at full strength soon. The commission is already analyzing what we recovered from both sites, fragments of Onimo's technology, residual energy patterns, biological samples from the hybrid creatures. And what have they found? Ben asked, sensing there was more. Tsukachi glanced around, then lowered his voice. The dimensional technology wasn't entirely Onimo's design. There are components, sophisticated ones, that appear to have been provided by his backer. The masked man, Ben recalled. Who still hasn't been identified. Correct. But these components. The detective hesitated. They incorporate support technology that seems designed to specifically interact with the Omnitrix. Ben's blood ran cold at the implication. They were targeting me. The Omnitrix? Not exactly targeting, Tsukachi clarified. More, measuring. According to our technical experts, the dimensional equipment was calibrated to record and analyze the Omnitrix's response to dimensional energy. Every time you transformed near one of Onimo's devices, it was gathering data. For what purpose? Ben asked, though he already suspected the answer. We believe they were attempting to reverse engineer certain aspects of the Omnitrix's dimensional capabilities, the detective replied. Not to replicate the device itself, that would be beyond even their resources, but to understand how it interfaces with interdimensional energy. Ben processed this information, connecting it to what they'd observed over the past month. The hybrid creatures, the dimensional portals, they were all experiments. Building toward something bigger. And today was the culmination, Tsukachi agreed. Whether it succeeded or failed, they gathered valuable data on dimensional manipulation. Data that's now in the hands of whoever backed Onimo. The implications were disturbing. Even with Onimo incapacitated and the immediate threat neutralized, the underlying organization remained active, now possessing information about dimensional technology they hadn't had before. We need to track down the masked man, Ben decided. He's the connection between Onimo and whoever's really behind this. Already our top priority, Tsukachi assured him. Every agency in the country has his description. If he surfaces anywhere, we'll know. Ben nodded, but couldn't shake the feeling that they'd won the battle while the war continued unseen. Whatever organization had orchestrated these events clearly had long-term planning capabilities and resources beyond what they'd witnessed so far. As the cleanup operation continued around them, Ben found his thoughts returning to Mirko, to her injuries sustained protecting this dimension, his dimension now, in many ways. The choice that loomed 20 days in the future seemed simultaneously clearer and more complicated with each passing hour. 3 days later, Mirko was released from the hospital against medical advice but with grudging acknowledgement that keeping her there against her will would likely cause more problems than it solved. Her injuries were healing well, her enhanced physiology providing accelerated recovery compared to baseline humans, but doctors had recommended at least another week of limited activity before returning to hero work. Recommendations she had every intention of ignoring, as she made abundantly clear when Ben arrived at her apartment to check on her. If I have to spend another day resting, I might actually lose my mind, she declared, pacing the living room despite the lingering stiffness in her movements. Her right side remained bandaged where the hybrid's heat attack had burned through her costume. The doctors might have a point this time, Ben suggested, setting down the takeout dinner he'd brought as promised. Dimensional energy exposure has unpredictable effects on human physiology. She shot him a look that clearly questioned his sanity for siding with the medical professionals. I've had worse injuries from training exercises. Besides, the Commission's assessment team cleared me of any dimensional contamination. Fine, but at least sit down while we eat, he compromised, unpacking containers of food from her favorite ramen restaurant. To his surprise, she complied without further argument, settling onto the couch with only a slight wince betraying her discomfort. For several minutes, they ate in companionable silence, the familiarity of the routine a welcome respite after the chaos of recent days. The Commission issued a public statement this morning, Mirko finally said, setting down her bowl. Official story is, contained villain incident involving experimental technology. No mention of dimensions, hybrids, or potential universal merging. Standard procedure? Ben asked. More or less, she confirmed. Public panic helps no one, and dimensional theory isn't exactly easy to explain in press releases. Another comfortable silence fell between them, but Ben sensed something beneath it, unspoken words gathering like storm clouds on the horizon. Mirko wasn't one to avoid difficult conversations, which meant she was processing whatever she wanted to say carefully before speaking. Finally, she set her food aside completely and turned to face him directly. 17 days. The simple statement needed no elaboration. They both knew what she meant, 17 days until Asmatha's return portal would manifest in the park, offering Ben his one guaranteed opportunity to return to his home dimension. Yes, he acknowledged, meeting her gaze steadily. Have you decided? She asked, characteristic directness returning now that the subject was broached. Ben set his own food aside, giving the question the serious consideration it deserved. I've been thinking about it constantly, he admitted. Especially since the dimensional collapse. And? Her ears were fully upright, attentive, betraying the importance of his answer despite her outwardly calm demeanor. And I'm still weighing everything, he said honestly. My family, my friends, my responsibilities there against, what I've found here. Which is, she prompted, something vulnerable flickering beneath her professional exterior. Ben considered his words carefully. A different kind of heroism. A system that, for all its bureaucracy and commercialization, genuinely works to integrate extraordinary abilities into society rather than hiding them. Partners who challenge me to be better in ways I hadn't considered before. He paused, then added more quietly, connections I didn't expect to make. Mirko's ears twitched slightly, that emotional processing tell he'd grown so fond of. Professional considerations, then. Not entirely, Ben replied, holding her gaze. You know that. The acknowledgement hung between them, the first time either had directly addressed the personal dimension of their partnership that had evolved over these weeks together. I'm not good at this, Mirko admitted after a moment, uncharacteristic uncertainty in her voice. The personal side of things. I've built my career on independence, on not needing anyone else. I know, Ben said with a slight smile. It's what makes you an amazing hero. But, she prompted, sensing his unspoken continuation. But partnerships aren't about need, he replied thoughtfully. They're about choice. Choosing to work with someone because together you're more effective, more balanced, more complete than either would be alone. Mirko considered this, her expression thoughtful. And that's what you think we have? A partnership that makes both of us better? I know it does, Ben said with quiet confidence. The question is whether that partnership, and whatever else might develop from it, is enough reason to choose this dimension over my own. She nodded slowly, accepting the complexity of his position without trying to simplify it. For what it's worth, she said after a moment, the hero world here is better with you in it. Coming from Mirko, fiercely independent, rarely offering praise, the simple statement carried extraordinary weight. Thank you, Ben replied, genuinely moved. That means a lot. Another silence fell, but the tension had shifted, something having been acknowledged between them that changed the dynamic subtly but significantly. Whatever you decide, Mirko finally said, you have 17 days to continue being the number 3 hero team in Japan. Starting tomorrow, when I return to active duty. Ben raised an eyebrow. The doctors said at least a week. The doctors don't have my recovery rate or my patience level, she countered with a flash of her usual stubborn confidence. Besides, there's still a masked villain connection to track down and an entire organization that now has dangerous knowledge of dimensional technology. All good points, Ben conceded, recognizing the futility of arguing once she'd made up her mind. But at least promise to start with light patrol duty? She rolled her eyes but nodded. Fine. Light patrol. For a day. Maybe 2 if I'm feeling generous. Ben smiled, relieved that whatever else might change, Mirko's fundamental nature remained constant, determined, slightly reckless, and utterly committed to her role as a hero. As they finished their meal and discussed the details of returning to duty, Ben found himself studying her when she wasn't looking, the fierce intelligence in those striking red eyes, the subtle expressiveness of her ears that betrayed emotions she rarely verbalized, the confident set of her shoulders even while injured. In just a month, she had become far more important to him than he had anticipated possible. 17 days to make the most difficult choice of his life. 17 days to determine where, and with whom, his future lay. 2 weeks passed in a blur of activity. Despite Mirko's injuries, which healed with remarkable speed but still occasionally troubled her during extended exertion, they maintained a full hero schedule. Patrol duty, incident response, even a special joint training session at UA High School where they demonstrated interdimensional combat techniques to the next generation of heroes. Throughout it all, the countdown continued, a silent ticking clock that both acknowledged but neither discussed directly again after that evening in Mirko's apartment. 3 days remained until Asmatha's portal would appear. They had just completed an afternoon patrol and returned to Mirko's agency headquarters when an urgent message came through from Detective Tsukachi. Ben activated the holographic display on their shared tactical system, both leaning forward to read the encrypted transmission. Masked subject identified, the message began. Facial recognition software matched partial imagery from warehouse incident to known associate of underground quirk enhancement operation. Subject identified as Kurojiri Shinji, former medical researcher specializing in genetic modification. Disappeared 3 years ago after ethics investigation into unauthorized quirk experimentation. Accompanying the text was a profile image of the masked man, his face now fully visible. Unremarkable features that would blend into any crowd, with the calculated blandness of someone who preferred anonymity. Possible location identified, the message continued. Abandoned research facility in mountainous region 200 kilometers north of Tokyo. Unusual energy readings detected consistent with dimensional technology signatures. Reconnaissance drone imagery shows increased security presence and power consumption patterns suggesting active operations. Mirko studied the attached location data, her ears fully upright in alert mode. This is it. The organization's main facility. Where they're analyzing all the data they gathered from Onimo's experiments, Ben agreed grimly. Potentially developing their own dimensional technology. The final section of Tsukachi's message outlined the response plan, commission authorizing specialized strike team. Mission briefing at headquarters, 1900 hours tonight. Infiltration and asset seizure operation scheduled for tomorrow at 0500. Your expertise requested for mission planning and execution. Ben checked the time, they had 3 hours before the briefing. Cutting it close to Asmitha's deadline, he noted, the portal's scheduled appearance just over 48 hours away. Convenient timing, Mirko observed, a hint of suspicion in her voice. This intelligence surfaces just before your departure window. Ben had considered the same possibility. You think it might be deliberate? A final attempt to access the Omnitrix before I potentially leave this dimension. It's what I would do in their position, she replied with professional calculation. One last opportunity while your location is guaranteed. After the portal appears, you're either gone permanently or have chosen to stay and will be on high alert. The logic was sound. An organization sophisticated enough to back Onimo's research and evade detection this long would certainly be capable of strategic timing. Trap or not, we can't ignore it, Ben decided. If they're developing their own dimensional technology based on what they've learned. The potential threat to both dimensions is too great, Mirko finished, already moving toward the equipment room to prepare for the mission. We go, but with enhanced protocols and contingencies. Ben followed, activating the Omnitrix to check its status. The device had fully integrated with this dimension's energy signature over the past weeks, its capabilities expanded beyond even what the initial ultimate recalibration had promised. New transformations had unlocked, existing ones had evolved further, and the energy efficiency had increased exponentially. I'll transform into ultimate gray matter before the briefing, he planned aloud. Analyze all available intelligence with enhanced perception, identify potential vulnerabilities in their security systems. Mirko nodded in approval as she checked her specialized equipment. I'll contact Ryukyu and Hawks, additional aerial and heavy combat support would be valuable for an operation this scale. They continued preparations with practiced efficiency, the partnership they had developed now functioning like a well-oiled machine. Strategies were proposed, evaluated, and refined without wasted words or misunderstandings. Equipment was selected based on complementary capabilities rather than individual preferences. Throughout it all, neither mentioned the elephant in the room, that this mission would be their last together if Ben chose to return to his dimension. The unspoken reality hung between them, acknowledged but deliberately set aside to maintain operational focus. Ready? Mirko asked as they completed preparations, her eyes meeting his with that mixture of professional determination and personal connection that had become their norm. Ready, Ben confirmed, activating the Omnitrix. Let's end this. Together. The abandoned research facility loomed against the pre-dawn sky, its dilapidated exterior belying the sophisticated operation housed within. Thermal imaging from reconnaissance drones revealed extensive underground levels where power signatures suggested active laboratories and equipment. The strike team had deployed with military precision, specialized pro-heroes positioned strategically around the perimeter, support units maintaining communication networks, and extraction teams standing by for both personnel and seized assets. At the command center established 2 kilometers from the target, Tsukachi coordinated the operation while maintaining direct communication with the Hero Commission. Final verification complete, the detective reported to the assembled team leaders. Facility houses approximately 40 personnel. Security systems include motion sensors, thermal detection, and what appears to be dimensional energy monitors, likely designed to detect Omnitrix transformations. Ben, having analyzed the intelligence with his ultimate gray matter form before deployment, had anticipated this. They've been studying the Omnitrix's energy signature for weeks. They'll detect standard transformations immediately. Which is why we stick to the infiltration plan, Mirko stated, checking her specialized equipment one final time. Her hero costume had been modified with stealth enhancements for this operation, darkened coloration and sound dampening materials. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. While other heroes created diversionary actions at calculated points around the facility perimeter, Ben and Mirko would infiltrate through an underground access point identified in the structural scans. Ben would remain in human form until absolutely necessary to avoid triggering the dimensional energy monitors, relying on Mirko's enhanced capabilities and their combined combat experience for the initial infiltration. Strike teams in position, Tsukachi confirmed after receiving final acknowledgements from all units. Operation commences on my mark in 3, 2, 1, execute. The diversionary actions began simultaneously, controlled explosions at the facility's power substations, hawk's feathers targeting external communication arrays, Ryukyu in dragon form making a visible approach from the opposite side of the facility. Security resources would naturally divert to these obvious threats, creating the window Ben and Mirko needed. They moved through the pre-dawn darkness with practiced stealth, reaching the underground access point exactly as planned. Mirko's enhanced strength made short work of the reinforced service hatch, and they descended into the maintenance tunnels beneath the facility. Thermal signatures indicate minimal presence in the lower levels, Ben reported, checking the specialized scanner they'd brought. Most security personnel are responding to the diversions as expected. Mirko nodded, her sensitive ears picking up distant alarms and movement far above them. We have maybe 10 minutes before they realize it's a coordinated attack and check all access points. They navigated the maintenance tunnels efficiently, following the route they had memorized from the facility schematics. The primary target was 3 levels down, a laboratory space where energy reading suggested the presence of dimensional technology. As they reached the second subterranean level, Ben's scanner picked up a concerning reading. Security checkpoint ahead. 2 guards, armed, and some kind of scanning equipment we didn't detect in the reconnaissance. Mirko assessed the situation with professional calculation. Too risky to engage directly. The alarm would alert the entire facility before we reached the primary target. Ben studied the scanner readings, then checked the structural layout on their tactical display. There's an alternative. Ventilation system bypasses the checkpoint, reconnects to the main corridor 30 meters beyond it. Tight fit, Mirko noted, eyeing the ventilation access point visible further down their current passage. For me, maybe, Ben replied with a slight smile. For someone with your agility? Standard training exercise. She returned the smile, that rare, genuine expression that had become increasingly common between them in recent weeks. Race you to the other side? Without waiting for a response, she moved to the ventilation grate, removing it with practiced silence before disappearing into the narrow passage. Ben followed, finding the space exactly as restrictive as anticipated. They navigated in silence, every movement calculated to minimize sound as they bypassed the security checkpoint. Emerging beyond the guarded section, they continued toward their objective with renewed urgency. The facility's internal architecture grew increasingly sophisticated as they descended, standard research equipment giving way to specialized technology that incorporated elements Ben recognized from both dimensions. They've been busy, he whispered as they paused at a junction to confirm their route. This integration of technologies is far beyond what Onimo was capable of alone. Confirms our suspicion that he was just the public face, Mirko agreed, checking their tactical display. Primary target should be through the next section, approximately 60 meters ahead. They proceeded with heightened caution, aware that they were approaching the heart of the operation. The corridor widened into a larger access area with multiple security doors, all requiring biometric authentication to pass. This wasn't in the schematics, Mirko noted, studying the unexpected obstacle. Ben analyzed the security system, recognizing elements of the technology. It's a hybrid system, combining this world's security protocols with components that look suspiciously like galvanic mechamorph technology from my dimension. Can you bypass it? She asked, already assessing alternative approaches if he couldn't. Ben considered their options. Not without transforming, which would trigger their dimensional energy monitors. Unless. An idea formed, risky but potentially effective. He activated the Omnitrix, but instead of initiating a transformation, he accessed a secondary function that had developed during the device's adaptation to this dimension. The Omnitrix has been analyzing this world's technology for weeks, he explained as holographic interfaces appeared above the device. It's developed integration protocols that might allow limited interface without full transformation. Mirko watched with fascinated focus as Ben manipulated the holographic controls, establishing a connection between the Omnitrix and the security system. The alien technology communicated with the hybrid security in a language beyond conventional programming, quantum signals that bypass traditional authentication requirements. After 10 seconds, the security doors clicked and slid open with a soft hydraulic hiss. Impressive, Mirko acknowledged. New capability. Adaptation to this dimension's unique properties, Ben confirmed, deactivating the interface. The Omnitrix continues to evolve the longer I stay here. The implication hung unspoken between them, another factor in the decision that loomed less than 48 hours away. If he returned to his home dimension, would the Omnitrix revert to its previous state? Or would these adaptations remain, a permanent reminder of his time in this world? They pushed the thought aside, refocusing on the mission as they moved through the security doors. Beyond lay exactly what they had come to find, a sophisticated laboratory centered around what was unmistakably dimensional technology. The chamber stretched 2 stories high, dominated by a central platform where equipment hummed with carefully controlled energy. Unlike Onimo's crude attempts at dimensional manipulation, this setup displayed precision engineering and advanced understanding of interdimensional physics. Workstations surrounded the platform, each dedicated to different aspects of the research: genetic analysis, energy modulation, quirk enhancement integration. And at the center of it all, monitoring readouts with focused attention, stood their target, Kurogiri Shinji, the masked man who had orchestrated Onimo's research and escape. Right on schedule, he commented without turning, his voice carrying that same unnerving calm they remembered from the warehouse encounter. Though I expected you to trigger the dimensional energy monitors. Very resourceful to find an alternative approach. Ben and Mirko exchanged glances, immediately shifting to defensive positions. This wasn't the reaction of someone surprised by intruders, this was the calculated response of someone who had anticipated their arrival. You knew we were coming, Mirko stated, her enhanced senses already scanning for additional threats. Of course, Kurogiri replied, finally turning to face them. He no longer wore the medical mask, revealing unremarkable features that would blend into any crowd, the perfect anonymity for someone orchestrating operations from the shadows. The intelligence that led you here was provided through channels we control. The timing was deliberate. The trap we suspected, Ben noted grimly, keeping the Omnitrix ready but not yet activating it. Why reveal your location willingly? Kurogiri gestured toward the dimensional technology surrounding them. Because we've reached the culmination of our research. Dr. Onimo's contributions, while valuable, were ultimately limited by his obsession with biological applications. Our interest has always been more fundamental. He activated a control sequence, and the central platform illuminated with a holographic display showing complex dimensional calculations and energy patterns. Ben recognized elements immediately, they were derived from the Omnitrix's dimensional interactions. Every time you transformed near our monitoring equipment, every engagement with our hybrid creatures, every containment of our dimensional portals, you provided invaluable data, Kurogiri explained with clinical detachment. Data that has allowed us to develop this. The holographic display shifted, revealing what appeared to be a dimensional mapping system unlike anything Ben had encountered before. It showed not just the connection between their two dimensions, but a multiversal web of potential pathways. "You're mapping the multiverse," Ben realized, the implication sending a chill down his spine. "Why?" "Access," Kurogyri replied simply. "Imagine the strategic advantage of being able to select specific dimensional variants for their unique resources, technologies, or capabilities. A universe where quirks developed differently, or one where alien species already inhabit Earth, or perhaps one where humanity evolved along entirely different lines. Interdimensional conquest," Mirko concluded, her expression hardening. "You're developing the ultimate invasion technology." "Conquest implies unnecessary conflict," Kurogyri corrected with academic precision. "We prefer selective acquisition and integration. Why fight for resources when you can simply open a doorway to where they already exist in abundance?" Ben studied the technology with growing concern. The system appeared far more sophisticated than Onimo's crude attempts at dimensional portals. This wasn't just about creating tunnels between dimensions, it was about targeted selection of specific dimensional variants. "And I assume you need the Omnitrix to complete your research?" Ben asked, though he already knew the answer. "It would certainly expedite the process," Kurogyri acknowledged. "The Omnitrix contains the most advanced dimensional transit protocols in any known universe. Its ability to maintain genetic stability across dimensional boundaries is particularly valuable." Mirko had been systematically assessing the laboratory while they talked, identifying defensive systems and potential weaknesses. "And you think we're just going to hand it over because you asked nicely?" Kurogyri smiled thinly. "No. I expect you to resist, which is why this entire facility has been prepared specifically for your arrival." He pressed another control sequence, and the laboratory transformed around them. What had appeared to be standard equipment panels slid away, revealing specialized containment systems clearly designed with Ben's transformations in mind. Heat suppression fields for heat blast, crystal disruption arrays for diamond head, gravity modulators for aerial forms. "We've studied every transformation you've used since arriving in this dimension," Kurogyri explained. "Each one has countermeasures built into this facility." "Even the ultimate forms?" Ben questioned, buying time as he evaluated their options. "Especially those," Kurogyri confirmed. "Their energy signatures are distinctive and consistent enough to develop targeted suppression systems." Mirko shifted slightly, positioning herself for optimal launch angles toward both Kurogyri and the main control systems. "You're forgetting something important." "Oh." Kurogyri raised an eyebrow. "Me," she stated simply, then exploded into action. Her enhanced legs propelled her across the laboratory with blinding speed, her trajectory appearing aimed directly at Kurogyri before adjusting mid-leap to target the primary control console instead. The unexpected approach caught even Kurogyri's calculated defense off guard. "Security protocols, activate," he commanded, but Mirko had already reached the console, her powerful leg delivering a devastating kick that shattered critical components. Systems throughout the laboratory fluctuated as the damage cascaded through connected equipment. The dimensional technology at the center of the platform sparked dangerously, energy patterns destabilizing. Ben seized the opportunity, activating the Omnitrix before the specialized containment systems could fully engage. "Let's see if you've really studied all my transformations." Green light engulfed him, but instead of selecting one of his frequently used forms, he transformed into something he had deliberately kept in reserve, a crystalline being with a fiery core, combining elements of multiple alien species in a unique configuration. "Ultimate Atomic X," he announced, the fusion transformation radiating power that immediately disrupted the laboratory's dimensional monitoring systems. "Let's see your countermeasures handle this." Kurogyri's expression shifted from confident control to genuine concern as unrecognized energy signatures overwhelmed his carefully calibrated systems. "Impossible. We monitored all your transformation patterns." "You monitored what I wanted you to see," Ben replied, generating a controlled energy burst that systematically targeted the remaining containment systems. "I've been holding this one back for a special occasion." The fusion of Ultimate Automix and Ultimate NRG created capabilities neither form possessed individually: energy manipulation beyond conventional physics, radiation control that could selectively target specific molecular structures, and dimensional awareness that allowed Ben to perceive the underlying structure of Kurogyri's technology. Mirko capitalized on the disruption, continuing her systematic destruction of key laboratory systems while engaging security personnel who poured in through secondary entrances. Her combat style was a blur of devastating kicks and acrobatic maneuvers that kept multiple opponents at bay while creating openings for Ben's targeted energy attacks. The Dimensional Mapping Matrix. Ben called out, identifying the core component of Kurogyri's system. Central platform, beneath the primary emitter. Mirko acknowledged with a sharp nod, changing direction to create a path toward the identified target. Ben provided covering fire, generating energy shields that protected her approach while systematically neutralizing defensive systems throughout the laboratory. Kurogyri, recognizing the imminent loss of his research, activated emergency protocols. Dimensional collapse sequence initiated. If I cannot preserve this technology, no one will benefit from it. Warning alarms blared throughout the facility as the central platform's energy signature shifted from stable operation to catastrophic overload patterns. Ben recognized the danger immediately. Unlike the controlled collapse they had managed during the previous dimensional incident, this would be an uncontained release of dimensional energy. He set it to explode. Ben warned, already moving toward the platform. The dimensional backlash could destabilize reality for kilometers. Mirko changed tactics immediately, focusing on clearing the laboratory of remaining personnel while Ben approached the destabilizing technology. She grabbed a stunned technician by the collar, practically throwing him toward the exit. Everyone out. Now, she commanded with the authoritative tone that had made her one of Japan's top heroes. Ben reached the central platform, his ultimate atomic X form allowing him to interface directly with the destabilizing equipment. The energy patterns were deliberately scrambled. Kurogyri had designed the collapse sequence to be irreversible by conventional means. Can you contain it? Mirko called, having successfully evacuated the laboratory of all personnel except themselves and Kurogyri, who remained at a secondary console attempting to extract research data before fleeing. Not conventionally, Ben replied, studying the cascading energy patterns. But I might be able to redirect it. He focused his consciousness into the dimensional technology, his fusion form's unique capabilities allowing him to perceive pathways through dimensional space that conventional science couldn't detect. There was a pattern within the chaos, a deliberate vector that would channel the collapse energy toward maximum destructive effect. With careful precision, Ben began reconfiguring the energy flow, establishing new pathways that would redirect the dimensional collapse along controlled corridors rather than explosive expansion. The process required microscopic adjustments to reality itself, something only possible because of his current form's unprecedented integration of energy manipulation capabilities. Whatever you're doing, do it faster. Mirko urged, securing Kurogyri with specialized restraints after separating him from the secondary console. This place is coming apart. She wasn't exaggerating. Throughout the laboratory, reality itself was beginning to warp, objects shifting position slightly, light bending in impossible angles, gravity fluctuating in localized pockets. The dimensional collapse was spreading despite Ben's efforts to contain it. I need to establish a terminal point, Ben realized, the solution crystallizing in his enhanced mind. Somewhere the energy can discharge safely. He scanned dimensional space around them, seeking a viable terminus that wouldn't cause catastrophic damage to either their current location or connected realities. The answer came with sudden clarity, a null space between dimensions, a pocket of non-reality that could absorb the discharge without consequence. I've got it, he announced, finalizing the reconfiguration. But we need to clear the facility completely. The redirection will still cause significant physical damage to this location. Mirko nodded sharply, already moving toward the exit with the restrained Kurogyri. Strike teams report the facility is nearly evacuated. 30 seconds to complete clearance. Ben maintained his concentration on the dimensional pathways, holding the collapse energy in carefully controlled patterns until evacuation could complete. The strain was immense, even his ultimate fusion form struggled to contain forces that wanted to explode outward across dimensional boundaries. Clear, came the confirmation through their communication devices. All personnel accounted for at safe distance. Go. Ben called to Mirko, who stood at the laboratory entrance with Kurogiri. I'll be right behind you. She hesitated for only a fraction of a second, a momentary concern visible in her eyes before professional discipline reasserted itself. With a sharp nod, she pulled their captive through the exit, racing toward the surface. Alone in the laboratory, Ben completed the final adjustments to the dimensional pathways. The collapse energy was now fully mapped to discharge into the null space he had identified, but the process would still release tremendous conventional energy in the physical world. Time to go, he muttered to himself, initiating the final sequence before transforming into Ultimate XLR-8 for maximum escape velocity. He shot through the facility corridors at incredible speed, the world around him seeming to slow as his perception accelerated. Behind him, reality began to unravel as the dimensional collapse followed his carefully established pathways. Walls distorted, floors rippled, and equipment disintegrated as dimensional energy coursed through the structure. Ben reached the surface just as the first shockwave erupted from the underground facility. The strike team had established a perimeter at a safe distance, protective barriers erected by support heroes providing additional shielding. He skidded to a stop beside Mirko, reverting to human form as the Omnitrix timed out. Together, they watched as the abandoned research facility collapsed inward, dimensional energy visibly discharging upward into a swirling vortex that connected briefly to the null space Ben had targeted before sealing itself with a thunderclap of displaced air. Containment successful, Ben reported, breathing heavily from the exertion. Dimensional collapse redirected to uninhabited null space. No breach to alternate realities. Tsukachi approached, tablet in hand displaying real-time readings from monitoring equipment surrounding the collapse site. Dimensional energy signatures decreasing steadily. No residual instability detected. Looks like a clean resolution. Mirko turned to where Kurogiri was being secured in a specialized transport vehicle designed for quirk nullification. The unmasked villain's expression remained unervingly calm despite his capture and the destruction of his research. He doesn't seem particularly concerned for someone who just lost everything, she observed suspiciously. Ben followed her gaze, studying their captive with growing unease. Unless he didn't lose everything. Understanding passed between them instantly. Ben activated the Omnitrix again, cycling to ultimate gray matter despite his fatigue. The transformation complete, he immediately began analyzing the data collected during the dimensional collapse. The energy patterns during the collapse, he noted, his enhanced intellect processing information at incredible speed. They weren't entirely random. There was an encoded transmission embedded in the dimensional frequency, data being sent somewhere else. Tsukachi grasped the implications immediately. He backed up the research to another location during the collapse sequence. Not the complete research, ultimate gray matter clarified, continuing his analysis. But core components, enough to potentially recreate the dimensional mapping technology with sufficient resources. Mirko's expression hardened as she approached the transport vehicle. The rear doors remained open as security personnel completed preparations for Kurogiri's transfer to a specialized containment facility. She stepped inside, confronting their captive directly. "Where did you send it?" she demanded, her tone leaving no doubt about her seriousness. Kurogiri regarded her with that same unnerving calm. "Insurance. Knowledge of this magnitude cannot be contained by a single arrest or facility destruction. Who backs your operation?" Ben asked, joining Mirko in the transport vehicle, still in his ultimate gray matter form. "Who receives the transmission?" "You've encountered the name before," Kurogiri replied, something like satisfaction entering his voice despite his circumstances. All for One recognizes the potential of interdimensional acquisition. Today's setback merely adjusts the timeline, not the outcome. The name sent a chill through everyone present. All for One, the legendary villain whose organization had destabilized hero society for generations. The connection confirmed their worst fears about the scale and resources behind the dimensional research program. Secure him, Tsukachi ordered the specialized containment team. Maximum security protocols, constant surveillance, no communication access whatsoever. As Kurogiri was secured for transport, Ben reverted to human form, the Omnitrix timing out after the multiple transformations and energy expenditure of the past hour. He joined Mirko at the perimeter, both watching as cleanup crews began the process of containing and documenting the collapsed facility. "We stopped this attempt," Ben noted soberly. "But the knowledge is out there now. The connection between dimensions, the mapping technology, someone with All for One's resources could eventually rebuild it." Mirko nodded, her expression reflecting the same concern. "Which means both our dimensions remain at risk. Interdimensional security becomes an ongoing consideration for hero operations." The implication hung between them, a shared responsibility that transcended the boundaries of their respective dimensions. A responsibility that raised new questions about Ben's impending choice. As if reading his thoughts, Mirko turned to face him directly. 24 hours, she stated simply. "Until Azmatha's portal appears." Ben nodded, feeling the weight of the decision more acutely than ever. 24 hours. They stood in silence for a moment, the implications of the day's events settling around them like the dust from the collapsed facility. Whatever choice Ben made, the connection between their dimensions had been irrevocably established. The responsibilities, and the threats, would continue regardless. "Let's finish here," Mirko finally said, her professional focus returning. "Complete the debriefing, file the reports, ensure Kurogiri's secure transport." "And then?" Ben asked. A hint of her characteristic determination flashed in her eyes. "And then we have a conversation. About portals, dimensions, and partnerships." The park was empty, cordoned off by Hero Commission security teams to ensure privacy for what might occur. Dawn painted the sky in gentle hues of gold and pink, the peaceful scene belying the momentous possibilities the day held. Ben stood at the exact spot where he had first arrived in this dimension, the Omnitrix on his wrist occasionally pulsing with energy as it detected the approaching window for Azmatha's portal. According to the inventor's timetable, the dimensional gateway would appear in approximately 15 minutes. Mirko stood beside him, her professional hero costume replaced by casual training attire, the first time Ben had seen her dressed down completely since their partnership began. The change seemed symbolic somehow. This wasn't pro-hero Mirko standing with him, but the person beneath the public persona. "Commission security has established a 2-kilometer exclusion zone," she reported, though the information was largely unnecessary. They had both been briefed on the protocols hours earlier. "Tsukachi is personally supervising the perimeter. Taking no chances after yesterday's operation," Ben noted, understanding the precautions. With dimensional technology now a known factor in villain operations, any active portal represented a potential security risk. They lapsed into silence, both acutely aware of the countdown progressing with each passing minute. After completing the mission debriefing and ensuring Kurogiri's secure containment, they had spent hours in conversation, the most open and direct they had been with each other since Ben's arrival in this dimension. Mirko had outlined what remaining in this world would mean for Ben, the legal processes for permanent hero licensure, the potential research value of the Omnitrix for defensive dimensional technology, the role he could play in an evolving hero society. She had presented everything with characteristic efficiency, focusing on practical considerations rather than emotional appeals. Ben had shared what returning home would entail, reuniting with family and friends who had no way of knowing his fate, resuming his responsibilities as the wielder of the Omnitrix in a dimension familiar with alien presence, potentially using his experiences here to improve his own world's approach to extraordinary abilities. What remained unspoken through much of their discussion was the personal element, the connection that had developed between them over these intense weeks together. A partnership that had evolved beyond professional cooperation into something neither had fully defined but both clearly valued. 5 minutes, Ben noted, checking the Omnitrix's countdown display. Mirko nodded, Her ears slightly drooped, that emotional processing tell he had come to recognize so well. "You've made your decision?" she asked, though she had carefully avoided pressing him on this point during their previous conversation. "I have," he confirmed, turning to face her directly. Before he could elaborate, the air before them began to shimmer with familiar energy patterns. Dimensional frequencies aligned, reality folding inward at a precise point as Azimuth's technology activated exactly on schedule. The portal stabilized into a circular gateway approximately 2 meters in diameter. Through it, Ben could see his home dimension, the familiar interior of Azimuth's laboratory on Galvan Prime. The diminutive inventor stood at a control console, monitoring the portal's stability with characteristic focus. "Dimensional alignment stable," Azimuth's voice came through clearly. "Transit window operational and secure. 17 minutes until automatic closure sequence initiates." Ben stepped forward, the Omnitrix on his wrist pulsing more rapidly as it detected its native dimensional frequency. "Azimuth. Right on time." The Galvan looked up from his instruments, studying Ben with those ancient, knowing eyes. The Omnitrix's telemetry indicates significant advancement in its evolutionary recalibration. "Your experiences in that dimension have accelerated its adaptive capabilities beyond projected parameters." "It's been educational," Ben replied with a slight smile. "For both of us." Azimuth's gaze shifted to Mirko, who had remained slightly behind Ben. "I see you maintain the partnership we observed during our initial communication." "We've been an effective team," Ben confirmed, glancing back at Mirko with undisguised appreciation. "So I gather from the dimensional energy fluctuations I've been monitoring," Azimuth noted dryly. "The recent containment of a collapsing dimensional matrix was particularly impressive. Few beings could have established functional pathways to a null space terminal point." Ben blinked in surprise. "You monitored that?" "The Omnitrix transmits analytical data when dimensional alignment permits," the inventor explained. "Including your fusion transformation techniques, which were theoretically possible but previously untested in practical application." Mirko stepped forward to stand beside Ben, her professional curiosity engaging despite the personal implications of the moment. "You can monitor activities across dimensions?" "Limited observation only," Azimuth clarified. "And only when the Omnitrix serves as a transmission anchor point. The dimensional membrane remains largely impermeable to conventional scanning technologies." Ben recognized the scientist in Azimuth taking over, technical detail serving as comfortable territory compared to the emotional weight of the moment. "The portal is stable? No risk of collapse like what we encountered yesterday?" "My technology is precisely calibrated," Azimuth replied with a hint of professional pride. "The portal will maintain perfect stability for the designated window, then close without residual dimensional disruption." The unspoken question hung in the air: would Ben be on the other side when it closed? Azimuth, perceptive as always, addressed it directly. 14 minutes remaining in the transit window, Ben Tennyson. "Have you reached a decision regarding your dimensional alignment?" Ben took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the choice with acute clarity. He turned to face Mirko fully, meeting those striking red eyes that had become so familiar. "I've considered everything," he began. "My family, my friends, my responsibilities there. The opportunities, the challenges, the connections here." He glanced down at the Omnitrix, still pulsing with energy at the proximity to its native dimensional frequency. "And I've made my decision." Mirko's ears stood fully upright, her complete attention focused on him despite her outward composure. "And," she prompted when he paused. "My whole life has been about possibilities," Ben continued. "About using the Omnitrix to become something more, to protect people across galaxies and dimensions. I've never been limited by conventional boundaries." He turned back to the portal, where Azimuth waited with uncharacteristic patience. "Which is why I'm choosing both." "Both?" Mirko questioned, confusion breaking through her composed exterior. "Azimuth," Ben addressed the Galvan inventor directly. "The dimensional coordinates for this location are now permanently stored in the Omnitrix's database, correct?" Correct, Azimuth confirmed. The recalibration process established robust dimensional triangulation capabilities. And with sufficient power and precise calculation, the Omnitrix itself could potentially establish a dimensional transit portal between these specific coordinates. Azimuth's eyes narrowed as he followed Ben's reasoning. Theoretically possible, though energy requirements would be substantial. The Omnitrix was not designed primarily as a dimensional transit device. But it could be modified to serve that function on a limited, controlled basis. Ben pressed. With appropriate safeguards and stability protocols. Azimuth considered the question with scientific thoroughness. Yes. The evolutionary recalibration has already established the foundational architecture for such functionality. Ben turned back to Mirko, whose expression reflected dawning understanding. I'm not choosing one dimension over the other. I'm choosing to be a hero in both, to maintain connections to both worlds. Interdimensional hero work, she stated, processing the concept. Operating across realities. With the right modifications to the Omnitrix, I could establish regular transit between dimensions, Ben explained, his decision becoming clearer as he articulated it. Not constant travel, that would destabilize the dimensional membrane, but regulated, scheduled crossings. A week here, a week there. Mirko suggested, the practical implications already forming in her analytical mind. Something like that, Ben agreed. Details would need to be worked out, protocols established. But fundamentally, yes, dividing my time between dimensions while maintaining permanent connections to both. Azimuth's voice came through the portal, thoughtful but not dismissive. The Omnitrix would require specific modifications to support such functionality safely. Dimensional transit protocols, energy management systems, stability monitors. Which I would need to return to Galvan Prime to implement, Ben noted, the immediate implication clear. I would need to go back first, work with you on the modifications, establish the proper protocols. A temporary return, Mirko clarified, seeking confirmation of what Ben was proposing. Exactly, he confirmed. Return now to implement the necessary modifications, explain the situation to my family and friends, then establish the regulated transit protocol for ongoing interdimensional hero work. Azimuth considered this proposal with scientific detachment, though Ben thought he detected a hint of approval in the inventor's ancient eyes. The modifications would require approximately 3 weeks to design, test, and implement. The resulting functionality would allow controlled, scheduled dimensional transit with appropriate safeguards against membrane destabilization. Ben looked to Mirko, searching her expression for her reaction to this compromise solution. It's not choosing one world over the other. It's recognizing that I can contribute to both, maintain connections to both. Her ears twitched slightly, that emotional processing tell he had grown so fond of, before a slow smile spread across her face. Trust you to find the third option when presented with 2 choices. Is that a yes? Ben asked, hope evident in his voice. You'd be willing to partner with an interdimensional hero on a part-time basis? The commission will have administrative fits, she noted with a hint of her characteristic dry humor. Paperwork for interdimensional hero licensing doesn't exactly exist yet. But? Ben prompted, sensing the acceptance beneath her practical considerations. But I've gotten used to having you around, she admitted, the closest she had come to directly acknowledging what had developed between them. The number 3 hero team works better with both members present, even if on an alternating schedule. Relief and joy surged through Ben at her acceptance of his solution. So we have a plan. We have a plan, she confirmed, then added with typical directness, assuming it works. Lot of technical details to solve before it's operational. Which requires my immediate attention, Azimuth interjected from across the dimensional divide. Transit window remains stable for 9 minutes. If you intend to return for modifications, Ben Tennyson, decisions should not be unnecessarily delayed. Ben nodded, understanding the immediate timeline. I need to go back now, he told Mirko. Work with Azimuth on the modifications, explain everything to my family. But I'll return, with a properly established transit protocol that allows ongoing connection between dimensions. How long? She asked, the practical question containing deeper meaning. 3 weeks for the modifications, Ben calculated. Plus whatever time needed for explanations and arrangements on my side. A month, maximum, before the first return transit. Mirko nodded, accepting the timeline with characteristic efficiency. I'll handle things here. Prepare the commission for the interdimensional hero licensing concept, continue tracking the all-for-one connection to dimensional technology. Partners? Ben asked, extending his hand. Instead of taking his hand, Mirko surprised him by stepping forward and pulling him into a brief but fierce embrace. Partners, she confirmed against his ear, before stepping back with composed professionalism that didn't quite mask the emotion beneath. Ben smiled, understanding everything conveyed in that uncharacteristic display of physical connection. 1 month, he promised. Interdimensional hero work begins then. With a final nod of confirmation between them, Ben turned toward the portal where Azimuth waited. The Omnitrix pulsed with energy, recognizing its native dimensional frequency as Ben stepped toward the gateway. The modifications are theoretically sound, Azimuth noted as Ben approached the dimensional threshold. Though implementation will require precise calibration to ensure stability. I trust your genius, Ben replied with a smile. After all, you built the most advanced device in the multiverse. A fact you might occasionally remember when ignoring its proper operational parameters, the Galvan inventor remarked dryly, though without real heat. Ben paused at the dimensional boundary, turning back for one final look at this world that had become a second home. Mirko stood straight and proud, the morning sun illuminating her distinctive features, a hero from a different dimension who had become something he hadn't expected to find, a true partner, in every sense that mattered. 1 month, he repeated, the promise carrying weight beyond the simple timeline. I'll hold you to that, Tennyson, she replied, a rare full smile transforming her face. With that exchange, part promise, part challenge, Ben stepped through the dimensional portal, returning temporarily to his native reality. The Omnitrix glowed with renewed energy as it reconnected with its original dimensional parameters, already beginning the internal recalibrations that would eventually allow controlled transit between worlds. As the portal closed behind him, Ben felt not the finality of departure but the anticipation of return, a new chapter beginning rather than an ending. For the first time, dimensions would not be barriers but bridges, connections rather than separations. The ultimate Omnitrix had evolved beyond its original parameters. And so had its wielder. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.